anyway, so I'm trying to think of where I was at here. Yeah, being transparent and open. We're available for you guys. Let's just see where this conversation leads. We have some answers to some questions and some questions that we don't have. We want you to feel that you can put them in there. Linda has just uploaded the link. We have two ways you can give us feedback. That would be the best. I mean, three ways. We can put it in the chat, but we prefer that you put it on our, there's a Pilgrim Lane link that Linda just gave you. It's got a place where you can kind of put your questions down that we will try to find the answers to or talk about during our meeting here. And then there's also another one, and Linda, if you could put this one up there in the chat for people, would be the Let's Talk button. And at any time, not just for the COVID situation, but if you have any questions or concerns or want clarification about things through the district, because that's where we need to funnel a lot of this stuff through the district lens. It's the Let's Talk tab on the district homepage. When you're open on the homepage, you can see the tab up in the upper corner. Click on that, and you can funnel it to the right area. All right. When we go through our PowerPoint, I'm gonna ask for an apology. I'm apologizing up front. It's a lot of text, but it's very important that we share the information in a uniform way. It's a standard PowerPoint that every principal will be going through with their families, and I don't want to misconstrue anything or have things come in out of context as we go. All right. So what I'm going to do right now, we may, and I'm going to let Jane kind of help moderate this part. If you have some questions and they fly up on the chat, we can maybe try to catch them during the PowerPoint. However, if we feel like there's a flow going, we might wait until the end to then ask the questions at the end. So just make note of that. So a variety of options, no matter what, you've got a place to put your questions if we don't answer it now. But we have to make sure we get through this PowerPoint, and there'll be plenty of time at the end, although it is a rather long PowerPoint, and we hope it answers a lot of your questions. So I'm going to get into my present mode, this new way that we are dealing with the world of COVID here. Again, thank you so much for joining us. We know that this is a very important decision for your family, and safety is job one for us. It is, even more so than learning. You know, it's that important. Okay, so you should see my screen now. I'm going to get back up here and to present. Oh, I went right to the very end of the presentation. Let me just get back up to the top here. Present from beginning. All right, so here we go. And once again, apologizing just for the roteness of what we're going to go through here, but thank you for listening. And if we were losing your interest, you can always cut out, and it'll be available for you to view online as well. All right, learning model questions and answer sections. Jane, Vern, and I are working this together with you. When you look at our learning model overview, there are three models. One is by law, we have to offer all three. There's the distance learning plus model, and that's what we're experiencing right now with you, where we're completely online with our instruction. I may not read every word that's there. I may just want to paraphrase some things, but we hope you've enjoyed the experience so far. It hasn't been easy, but the adjustments have been made, and we've listened to you, and we hope that it's been an overall positive experience for you, knowing that none of this that we're talking about is ideal. The hybrid, this is important because we haven't experienced a hybrid. Students will rotate attendance so that no more in a hybrid model that 50% of the school population in the building on any given school day, depending on the daily schedule. Some students will learn in person, others will engage in distance learning plus. So that's kind of that balance in the blend of the two. But let me drop down to that last little paragraph. It says, due to size of classrooms in Robbinsdale not being consistent across our district, when following the 6-foot social distancing places, we can only practice them and be effective if we're between 25 to 33% capacity, not a 50-50 split as we had hoped to. So this kind of changes the model that was originally proposed, which was the 50-50 AABB concept, if you've been up to speed on that so far. Let me move on to the next slide, which kind of explains how, if we activate a hybrid model, this is what it would look like. Basically, it's an equivalent of 1 day of instruction in the hybrid model per week if you were to just do a normal break. However, we're trying to pair it a little differently. It's really going to be 2 days every other week. So week 1, if you're in 1/4 of our students in the classroom, that would be group A. Group A will meet on Monday, Tuesday. Wednesday is our distance learning day, so that will continue as we have it with our Arts on Fire and other activities in an asynchronous way with you, other than our morning meeting and our closing meeting in office hours. And then Thursday, Friday would be for another 1/4 of the classroom, which would be group B. All right, so that's week 1. Then you go to week 2. Now it's the other half of the school where we have the 1/4 of them, of the classroom, would be group C. Monday, Tuesday, distance learning on Wednesday, and then on Thursday, Friday would be group D. So now you've got a 1/4, 1/4, 1/4, 1/4. So it's 2 days every other week. And so then you can see it just repeats itself then for week 3 and week 4. All right. So that's because we have to stay between the 25 and 30% capacity, 33% capacity, because as a district, it will not, we cannot meet across every building the 50-50 split. Okay. In-person learning. Students will learn in a traditional at-school learning experience with additional safety measures implemented based on guidance from the health office officials. Per safety guidelines, students are grouped together with the same staff throughout the day, all day, for elementary students, and as much as possible for older students. Okay, so we know in our model elementary, the proposal is November 9th is our start date. And when we look at middle school and high school, we're looking at, I believe it's end of January. I think it's November 25th or 26th, start of the new semester, if everything goes as planned.
So Mr. Moberg, can you just clarify, a question came up. Will there be videos in the classroom so that kids at home are able to follow with the class that is in the room?
Yes, that's how we will do that. When you're talking about, yeah, the hybrid.
Hybrid, but it won't be the case if we're 100% in-house.
No, it will not, except for the Wednesday distance learning. Yeah, so it will be for the Wednesday. The Wednesday model will stay the same as we're doing right now. Okay. How are these decisions being made? Decisions regarding learning models are guided by our values. It's the health and safety of students, staff, and families, the focus on social and emotional needs, equity, fairness, and inclusion, meeting the diverse needs of students and staff, continuity of instruction, which is based on state standards, and a unified district vision around equity policies and guiding documents. Other considerations, and to be honest, some of these are repeats, but it does give you some one-word indicators. Safety is job 1. Equity, focusing on student achievement, inclusion of staff, student, parent, guardian feedback. Socially emotional, I would say that's really a big heart of the heart of our school district. It's making sure that our kids are healthy socially, emotionally, and physically. General operations, instruction, and technology. There's just so much that goes into this Smart Start conversation and consideration. What steps have been taken? The following steps were taken when selecting the model to begin the school year. We were in consultation with the Minnesota Department of Education and Health and Safety. Feedback from students, staff, and families during our planning process through feedback sessions. Reviewing of staff to ensure adequate staffing levels for hybrid and in-person learning models. That became a really big one. Would we be able to house and have enough staff on hand? And then the ongoing review of our data from our local communities. This includes cities in which our students and staff live, as staff returning to work is also a consideration. Because of the evolving nature of COVID-19 and the ongoing efforts to create and maintain a safe learning environment for Robbinsdale area schools, our learning model plans are evolving and changing as we receive updated information and guidance. And thus, the whole need for flexibility, but that's also frustrating at times. But just know that we're taking this all very, very seriously. Learning model changes, review of county data. We review 2 cycles of 14-day health data on the 15th of the month and 30th, as well as consult with our designated health officials to make a determination on any potential shift. And they do consistently talk with the health department and state MDE. Learning models may shift based on an increased or decreased increase in COVID cases within the county. And they look at zip codes as well. How do we get here? Data trending below 20 cases per 10,000. It's better locally than other areas and demographics. District-wide considerations for students' needs, safety, physical room sizes, staffing, and transportation. 2 key beliefs, and this is very, very important. The mode change that we move into needs to be beneficial. We will not change or don't make these changes if it's not going to be better. And that's very important as we look at which model we're moving towards. Frequent changes would be very challenging. Change when it is merited, and support the change with solid systems. So nobody wants the pendulum or the seesaw, the swinging back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, if at all costs. Nobody has a crystal ball, but we want to follow the data, but not seesaw back and forth where it just becomes too hard to manage. Because working on these systems, because there are 3 different models, 3 different systems, it takes an exorbitant amount of work to make the system work.
Mr. Moberg, another question came as, how is the distance between students going to be enforced if all kids come back to the building?
Can you repeat that one more time?
How is the distance between students going to be enforced?
Right.
All students return to the building.
Right. And that is a very important question. The thing is, and this is based on state statute around this whole thing, is that we as a building nor as a district can guarantee that we will be able to maintain the 6-foot guideline, just because we just can't. Are we going to try? Are students going to be encouraged and coached to whenever possible? Yes, but the 6-foot guidance factor that's out there in the community, we cannot guarantee that will take place in this model. Washing hands, wearing masks, things like that, pushing it. Will we try to keep the kids in a physical distancing as best we can? Absolutely. Go ahead, Jane.
Mr. Moberg, just to clarify, when schools return to 100% in person, the 6 feet social distancing is no longer required by the Minnesota Department of Health or Minnesota Department of Education.
Right.
It kind of goes back to business as usual with the hopes to put in as many precautions as you can.
Yes.
Do you want to address the mask requirement?
Is that our next on our slide, or we'll address that once it comes?
Okay.
Okay, we'll wait for it in the slide deck. What should we expect? Attention to the data, the details, and reasonable expectations. Communication, effective communication is paramount. We want to make sure that our adjustments that we make have a positive impact, and the rollout as conditions merit. So using this plan, do, check, act, it's a constant reflection of review in our model. Okay, but we want to be held accountable. And I know at times it's frustrating, even we who are trying to be on the front lines here, communication, we need to know what's happening. But hearing from even district personnel as we're working in tandem, they're waiting for things too, and we're trying to get things in motion. So we would like to have it faster, but no, we're doing the best we can to get the information and communication out to you and make the plans accordingly. What will in-person learning look like? We will have our regular school hours, 8:05 to 2:30. We are probably going to be, before it was 7:45 to walk through the doors, 7:45, we're probably going to try to encourage more 8 o'clock-ish. The reason being is that we don't want a congestion of students up front. We're still working with transportation to see if we can adjust that as well. But we've got to eliminate the crowds and the clustering for obvious reasons. So our goal is around 8 o'clock, everybody just starts coming in, and then we just can move people right on through, picking up a breakfast and going right to the classroom, and not huddling, or we don't want to herd people as much as just let them walk right on down to the classroom. There'll be 4 days of in-person per week: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday's distance learning in parentheses, and then Thursday, Friday. Wednesdays will remain asynchronous for cleaning and in-depth planning for instruction, except for the morning meetings and the check-in at the end. All right, in-person classroom instruction, curriculum and supports. It's really our regular day as usual, except for Wednesday. What will look different? Let's go through some of our protective protocols here. Daily passive screening tool for home. I will just open this up, or do I dare do that? Now I'm out of the presentation. Like these things here. Home screen tools for COVID. It just kind of goes through a whole bunch, and you'll have access to this, but just a nice check off of things for you to think about your child, and is it appropriate for them to come to school or not. I'll just keep going here, even in this format. Mask, barriers, frequent hand washing, sanitizing, ventilation, no shared materials, distancing when possible, but 6 feet is not attainable throughout the day. That is the biggest hurdle and psychological thing and physical thing. We're trying to, just try to maintain space. Can't guarantee the 6 feet. It's physically impossible. One-way traffic flow where applicable. This isn't as much part of our school, because some have schools where they can create one-way traffic if they're more in a circular pattern or a square, but we have a lot of crossing over with ours. So it'll just be like we do now with the right and left hand of the hallway. It's the only way to get around the building. No visitors or restricted visitors. We want to make sure that we don't have people coming in, for things, or coming in for lunch times like we've done, or other times. That is just going to be very limited in how we bring guests into the building. Monitoring and communication, constant monitoring in the health office here. I think I've goofed up here. Here we go. Having, for safety protocols, having any updates been made to the ventilation systems to help create better airflow and to help keep germs from passing around if anyone had COVID. Ongoing monitoring systems are being utilized to ensure proper air quality in all buildings. Sampling will be done by the staff on a regular basis. Our current building automation, our systems, or the BAS, have instant input on the amount of fresh air, static pressures within our ductwork, temperatures, relative humidity, carbon monoxide, and carbon dioxide. We use our building automation systems to increase our outside air to dilute any indoor contaminants and dry up any bioaerosols present. To promote better air quality, we begin circulating outside air into our buildings beginning in April. So just having conversations with our building tech people, it's a solid system. It really, really is. And it's monitored at a high level. Face coverings, in accordance with the executive order, I won't open that now, but you'll have access to the PowerPoint later. Students and staff will be required to wear face mask coverings in our schools as they are public indoor spaces. Face coverings will be required for students ages 5 and older. Accommodations for face coverings are made on a case-by-case basis, and that would be very few and far between, if any. The district will provide each student one face mask. Having your own will be important to just have with as well. This is just on a personal note. I've really sensed that just the regular the medical ones, the blue ones, man, the breathing is so easy in between. Whatever mask your child has, just make sure that there's enough flow of air in between, enough to block the particles that might enter. But I've just noticed sometimes I get irritable when I wear a certain kind of mask because I'm feeling kind of suffocated. And remember now, the kids will be wearing these masks all day long. It just make sure it's something that they're comfortable with, because it's a long, long day. Enforcement of face masks, yes. Yes, if students prefer not to wear a mask, a distance learning option will be available. In other words, if you feel unsafe, then at-home instruction through distance learning will be an option. And again, accommodations with face masks will be a case-by-case basis. COVID-19 protocol. Each school has designated an administrator and a licensed school nurse. I'm the designee for our building with COVID protocol, and our licensed nurse will also serve in that role. So we're in tandem working together on this. We will be the contact point people responding to any COVID-19 concern that we have. If there's a confirmed case of COVID-19, coordinators will identify and notify any close contacts. For privacy reasons, we won't be able to share many details about the status of the person with COVID-19. Persons not identified as close contacts do not need to quarantine. The Minnesota Department of Health will work in collaboration with the district COVID-19 coordinator to determine any potential next steps, such as notification of close contacts, quarantine isolation, classroom or school exposures, and community COVID-19 testing events. Just so you know, as it will become more proficient as coordinators as cases come forward. We immediately, no matter what situation it is, we are making contact with our district contact. And from there, it goes to the state, and then the state contacts back to our district coordinator. And so there's quite a communication loop. And are we doing the right thing? Are we heading down the right path? We have a very scripted flow chart too. If this, then that. If this, then that. 2 symptoms here, do this, do that. So it is a very scripted way of following a protocol, which needs to be there. And it'll help guide us through any potential COVID cases. Student pre-screen before coming in on site. Yes, question?
Several questions have come up about if a student is sick or has to stay home or is quarantined at home for a couple weeks, will there be videos from the classroom teachers so that they can keep up with school?
We're going to work out the details of that, but let's just play this out in a situation where we're at school and a child's sick and we're not in our COVID season. Schoolwork, getting home to the kids. There's that normal process. We will still work through our learning pathways module. So there is going to be a slide deck. And so there will be opportunities for them. The nuances of what that looks like, I'm going to wait until we polish the procedures out on that, but there will be some things for them to catch up on the work that they miss. Will it look exactly the same as it is now? I can't say that right now completely, but there will be a way for them to make up the work.
And then one question about masks. There's some companies that require their employees to wear the disposable masks, so they're disposing of them at the end of the day. Is that something that the district has considered?
They may have talked about that. We were not privy in terms of that committee work discussion. But that is not something we are moving towards practicing because it'd be 400, and we have 400 students plus staff at 65. So at 500 masks a day would be going in and out. And so I think the idea is to use reusable at this point, unless a family decides. That would be a family choice. If you want to provide your own, and I see the value of that. I'm often using my paper ones That's my mask of preference, but that is not something that is being considered right now. Okay. Janie, you're doing a good job of keeping up with, I like this format that we have here. Here you can see some of the examples here of, you can see them before you here, but, sore throat, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, all things that very much fall into play around just the flu or just not feeling well. And so that's the $1 million question. Is this a COVID symptom, or is this just, our normal flu thing? Is it just achiness? So they're just tired and they're feeling whatever? That's the $1 million question, and the hardest one that we, really have to reflect on. So we received word yesterday in an administrative meeting that they had heard, as things are changing around COVID, that you can actually have COVID-19 and the flu. It's not either or, that you can actually have a double, it could be both of them at the same time. So just not to add confusion here, but there is the uncertainty of, cart before the horse or whatever with the COVID-19 bug. It's just part of it's an intuitive response from you as a parent, and for us to use professional judgment when we deal with situations here at school. Students becoming ill at school. If the students or staff become ill at school, they will be moved to an isolation room in the building, which we've kind of set up as a kind of a holding area just to keep people safe. School health staff will take students' temperatures as well as screen the student for other symptoms consistent with COVID-19. Families will be asked to pick up their student and siblings or other household members in the event the student demonstrates symptoms consistent with COVID-19.
Mr. Moberg, the question came up. There's a couple questions. One was about if the parents choose to keep their child in distance learning, will they be punished by losing access to the fair curriculum? I know you were going to address that in a few slides. The other question that coincides with this slide regarding COVID is the process for positive cases isn't clear. Will the school immediately transition back to virtual learning, or will just the class impacted be transitioned back to virtual learning?
All right. That is one for these unique cases. There are a million responses in terms of what to do in unique cases and situations. And I can't officially answer that one. Is it just the classroom? We want to have the minimal impact. So you would hope that is just within the classroom or contained. That could very well be, but those will be taken on a case-by-case basis. If it becomes broader, we'll have to just evaluate the numbers in the building, as a whole. So is it a district? Is it just the building? Is it just a classroom? We'll try to isolate it. If it feels contained, I think there'll be movement towards just smaller pockets being affected, but they'll just have to look broader as we go. So it's just a case-by-case basis. I don't mean to sound vague on it, but that's as close as I can put it.
Yeah. To add to this, Mr. Moberg, will students travel to their specialist and to lunch?
Those are the very logistics that we're trying to work on. And let me just make a comment about some of those procedural things. Some of them, that's in fact, for today, right now, I believe the specialists are meeting as a cohort of conversation around what's their stance on this and how do they work through it, so we're not cross-contaminating things if at all possible. What will be the protocol? So these things are all being fleshed out, but just know lunch and recess, we'll have a committee work on that. What's our best way? Is it to pick up the lunch and go back to the classroom? Is it some stay in the lunchroom and somewhere in the classroom? We're trying to figure out how can we create as much separation, knowing that we have to washing hands, especially soap and water, and we'll use the other hand sanitizer as needed, but we just have to do this before and after things and in between things and spacing and distancing. So that is part of our work here in the next few weeks here to really refine and have teacher input and administrative input district-wide, there are some things that they're sharing with us as well of what we need to put into place. So we will be very conscious of that to the best of our ability.
And Mr. Moberg, another question about if parents choose the online school for learning, can you speak about the curriculum and access to fair curriculum?
Okay. Yeah, I know that's a hot one. And just, I know those of you that attended the distance learning school forum question and answer time on Monday, there have been conversations since that time because we've heard that interest in going, hey, what about our magnet schools? And C is asking the same thing. You know, what about our, and it even said in one of the feedback or Q&A response things that there would be access to, you know, the magnet school material, you know, in some way, shape, or form. Without saying for certain, I believe we met yesterday with our magnet schools and with Nancy Freilich and Marty Voigt, and having conversations. How do we respond to this? Because the initial response that was shared to give that we weren't going to be offering things through the magnet. We are actively looking, without saying 100%, we are investigating that very, very, very seriously because it's a commitment that we put out there, and we're trying to see how we can offer part of our fair curriculum, our fine arts curriculum to distance learning. And so that's the line I have to give you as a safe answer, but know that it is a very pressing thing that's being discussed right now. And yeah, I know I'm playing it politically here, but this has been a very important thing for us to address. So stay tuned on that.
Yeah, Randy, I want to add to that, just so everyone knows, all of the reading curriculum, math curriculum, science curriculum, social studies curriculum, Fayette curriculum, music curriculum is all the same district-wide. We all use the same resources. We're all writing learning pathways for students to meet the standards. All of that is going to stay the same in the online school, just the same as it is here currently at FAIR. The exceptions would be that you may not have the same teacher you currently have. And then the arts integration, like stages, some of the extended art we have because we are an arts magnet school. You may only end up with one art class, and that's where Mr. Moberg was saying we are really trying to get to the point where we can include stages and include more art activities for our parents and students who choose the online school. So we're working on that, and we have to meet at the district level and meet with the teachers to see how we can do that. And then also at the same time, offer the same opportunities for the FAIR parents who choose the online school as far as other activities, attendance to PTO meetings, attendance to meetings like this, where they have the rights and ability to attend all of the things that we currently have going at Fair Pilgrim Lane.
Yeah, we don't want to lose that connection. That's the biggest cry, and that's the biggest frustration we're all feeling is, don't mess with my community. I love my extended family here at Pilgrim Lane, and you are a part of the family. For those that are thinking of making that jump, some of you don't want to, but it's safety through your lens first and what your family needs are. But we're going to create every avenue possible to make sure that community is still felt connected. And Jane pointed out too, yeah, the curriculum, core curriculum is the same. It's our some of our differentiation, and then also with the arts lens and focus, those things we are getting close to trying to figure out a solution on that. So that is a big shift from that first conversation that came out at that meeting on Monday. And so you've been listened to, we're reflecting on it, and we'll let you know as soon as we can, which should be very, very shortly.
And we want our students to feel
Mhm.
like Pilgrim Lane is still their school.
Right.
We want the same
I'm
things.
sorry. There's a question that's not being answered, and I'm really concerned that, like, if I decide to put my kid in the online distance learning program, because I have to decide by this Friday, not knowing all of the information. If I
Right.
decide that based on the current situation of our environment, and then cases go up in our area, and you guys stay with distance learning, now I've been told that I'm now stuck at that online school. That's a totally different school based on what I'm hearing, because it's not our fair program. It's not our fair teachers. So what happens if that's the case? If cases go up, you guys decide to stay in distance learning, would I be stuck in that online school? Would my daughter be stuck in that online school versus being able to go back to the distance learning that they've been doing with their teacher that they've now made connections with and their classmates? How does that work?
Well, here's you're asking a very valid question here. I want to make sure that question is noted in the thing so we can get the district response. This is very, very complicated, and no one's denying that in terms of, because you got staffing and where now who's moving what and where, because they have to take staff from all the buildings to make this online school work. So there's a lot involved in moving pieces and players. Are you just, Marcy, are you kind of saying, I assume it's Marcy, I can hear your voice, I can't see you, but you want to know if we're not going to if we're not going to do November 9th switch and go to in person, never mind then, I just want to stay with Pilgrim Lane, right? That's what you're asking. And
Yes.
so the issue is, I think it states in there that you're supposed to stay through the second quarter, right? Until, yep. And that's how it stands right now. If I don't know how to answer that question other than what the policy says, but I know you're probably not the only one asking that very same
I
question.
know I'm not the only one. I just want it noted. I know that you aren't going to have the information for us right now, Mr. Moberg, so I'm not like trying to come off like I'm mad at you or anything like that.
I know that.
I am really frustrated with the district changing it all around. We get a whole bunch of emails that we have to then figure out what the new change is this week. And now I'm supposed to make a decision by this Friday based on very little information that's been given out. And so I'm really frustrated. And I just don't feel like, I feel like that's a really tough decision for any parent to make based on our current situation, and then we're stuck in that no matter what. So I just that's I feel like the district is strong arming us to make a decision, and we're all of the parents in our school, whether they want to go in person or want to do the distance learning, are concerned about all of the information that we're not getting.
Yeah, and I can only state policy for sure, not policy, but procedures that they've set up. I think it's worth us asking again, going, what do parents do? Can they come back? The thing is, it could very well be, but I think that we have to get that answer for you, and I'm not sure how to get that out quickly here.
The other question,
because some would say you could gamble on it and say, well, I'm going to challenge it, and I'm going to go back. So I don't know how that comes into play yet.
So I'm hearing kind of a two-part question here. Parents are having to make the decision almost a month before the school opens. So is it that if they choose online and the decision to not reopen happens prior to the start of November 9th, then can parents go back? That would be one part. And then after the school starts, then I think that's when you can't go back. So there really could be, Marcy, a two-part question there, because we do have a month away, a month more of data to get.
But also, why can't we just allocate, like, if there's going to be teachers pulled from our school to do the online program, why can't we just keep that in-house? Why would it have to be this district-wide online thing
Yep.
where we're now having to deal with not unfamiliar faces.
Can I add two parts too as a follow-up? First of all, put that in the question thing there so we have that one, because that's come up with more than one parent, okay? And we're trying to wrestle with, and we won't know till that the numbers come in. We don't know what we're dealing with. So it'd be interesting us to look at our numbers and how does that play into the district, and how do we need to make sure that, you know, we keep the school going as a district, because the state has to offer, Robbinsdale has to offer an official distance learning school. I guess it's a mandate, because we've been asking this question. So we need to kind of at least milk that one, not milk it, but just try to tease that one out a little bit more. The other piece, and I'm going to follow up with part of Jane's comment, because we were talking about this prior to our meeting. If we, a conversation has to come, because we haven't heard officially here, but if we don't have to push the button to start on November 9th, what would that mean for us going, well, if we haven't started go and we're staying the same, what would that, it's a question going, can we just keep it as is then? You know, that's what the question. But once you start it, like Jane was saying, then that's a different question, because you've already jumped into it. But if we haven't pushed go, we haven't pushed go yet, do we just go back? So I think we need to clarify that do we just keep on as business as usual? I don't,
So
without
that is
hearing
the
the
question.
exact word on that, without hearing the exact word, that's the question we want to get answered.
That's the main question that keeps coming up in the chat that I've addressed, that if we move to distance learning, are we then forced to stay there if the district decides to not go in person?
Prior to November 9th.
Not after
Right.
you've started. If you decide, we're doing a month out, you guys can't look at the data and tell us that
Right.
we're actually going to be there.
Right.
So we're having to make a decision right now based on the current data, and then the data could change, and then they won't go in person on November 9th. So what happens if they don't go back to in person on November 9th, or whatever the date is?
Yeah.
Are we stuck in the online program, or can we stay with our current school and teacher?
Yeah.
That's
Why rock the boat if it's already in motion? Like, things are in motion. Why would we want to do that if we're just still staying together and you're forced? Right. So we're going to clarify that. I mean, it's such a valid concern. I'm just trying to be careful of how I answer it. So we're gonna double check that one, because it's valid concern. Okay, try to get us specific on that and have that clarified. That should be clarified, because it's not just our school; it's the other magnets too. How can we answer that one with some certainty? You would need that answer ASAP too.
Mr. Moberg, this is Amber Jackson. I just wanted to chime in with that, though. I also just wanted to say it's the October 9th date that's also causing frustration, because not only do we have to make the decision, and then maybe we could reverse course, and we don't know that for sure right now, but we have to make a decision where you're right now responding with, we don't have that information yet. You've said that a couple times, which I understand you don't, but I don't understand how we as parents are then required to make a decision on what we're going to do with our child if there's not the information. And I attended the meeting on Monday, and they said that the October 9th date is an absolute.
What about the October 19th?
She said the elementary, Nancy Frolick said it has to be because they have to get staffing.
Right. That's the hinging of having this earlier date. They need it for staffing, because there's such a domino effect here, because we're not adding teachers into the on distance learning school. We are redistributing the teachers within the system to accommodate, that it's just a cost neutral thing that they have to do. So they need that as a minimal amount of time to try to make those provisions. But
why can't they then, so let's say they need a month. So from a month out, like let's say they have all the answers that you don't have right now, you can get all the answers by October 16th. Then a month out from there is when distance learning starts. Like, why can't the decision be to start once you have the information, and then you need to take the appropriate amount of time to hire staff? It just doesn't seem like we're putting the children first, because we want them to be safe. I need the information in order to make the decision. Because
Yeah.
the best bet for Savannah is to have her current teacher, but also I need her to be safe. So as a
Right.
district, if you can't give me that information, then you need to have the timeline built based on when you can. And right now you're not doing that. And that does not, and not you. I love you, Mr. Moberg. We all do. And that's why we're all feeling very passionate about this. I just don't think that the district right now is actually doing what their words are saying. And that is putting kids first and putting safety first.
Well, we're sorry that you feel that. I do think that the district, to the best of their ability, is trying to put students first. The timeline, and maybe I'm getting it wrong, but it takes that good month or so to make that transition happen between giving a 2-week warning for families at least, or then, we need staffing. It takes that long to just because not only if we're pulling teachers to help combine this to make now a classroom size that's reasonable for a teacher to handle, depending on how many we lose out of our building during, for this. It's so complicated with the staffing. So that's why there's this length of time. But the data is just following us, 2 weeks behind, and it's old, and it's hard to find this ideal start date, end date. We picked the date of the 9th because that's the quarter. That's the start of the new quarter, and thus staying, in that mode until then the end of semester. And then, for instance, then the middle school, then they're looking at making that shift. They couldn't do it now because it's just a scheduling. There are just many factors that are bigger than the elementary, and we just got to get our, if we can get our kids back in. But
the question for the district is, why can't this be instead a hard decision that the parents have to make based on the current information that we're frustrated about? Why can't it be a survey saying, hey parents, what would you do if we go back to school? So then you have this, it might be slightly more rough idea, but then you have that time to plan, like Amber was saying, instead of having this be here parents have to decide and then you're locked into this on October 9th or whatever. Can we do a survey and say, here's how many people would go to in-person, would prefer this, and here's how many people would prefer that. And then you can also survey the teachers to find out how that would work with them. The other thing that came up that I asked and somebody else suggested too is, why can't we just allocate within our own one teacher per grade or something like that to be like the distance learning? This would obviously depend on how many people are, how much is needed or whatever. But instead of sending our staff that we love and need, instead of sending them off to a different place to do a different sort of their job, why can't they stay here and do their job, and we can continue to build our community and take care of our teachers and our students?
Yeah, in response to that last part, I think the goal is to try to keep as much as can be worked out depending on the number. Once again, it's still waiting for those numbers. We're going to try to keep our teachers to the best of our ability within, but we may not have, it might not be a complete match. They can't guarantee it. Is that the goal, to try to keep our teachers with our kids? I think that's been stated somewhere, but we can't guarantee that right at this minute. And I know that's the hard part, but that is the goal. But, let's say, this is a low number, but let's say it's 30 kids, but a teacher can only take, 24, 25 of them. Well, what do we do with those extra 5? Well, then now we've got another building. In other words, it's not like do I take 2 teachers? No, if we can get by with 1, and the numbers are more than that. But you know what I'm saying? It's like it's the mark we're trying to hit to try to cause as least disruption as possible and try to keep the community together. But until all those numbers are in, we have to look to see how it divides up.
I agree with that, which is why I'm passionate about, why can't this be a survey for parents and teachers to find out what they would do in this scenario instead of being locked into whatever they decide at this time.
Put that in, make sure that question's noted there. Okay. I can sense that, I totally get the frustration and pain, and I know it's coming out of a passion of, we love it here. We want to keep things going. So even though it's ceiling tense, we feel it is a compliment here to do our work and what we give to the kids. And it goes both ways. The teachers feel the same way that you do, of wanting to keep everyone together. And I was talking with one teacher yesterday. I said, man, it's amazing how connected I feel with my kids online. I didn't think it would be quite this level already, and the thought of, do we have to reconfigure a little bit now? It's like, no, I don't want to lose my babies. It was very endearing. Okay. Let's try to get through and maybe try to go a little faster because I want to honor time, and I think it's going to be a little harder here. So we may have to, Jane, depending on how you feel with the questions that are coming forward, if we can hold a little bit to the end, then people, if they want to leave, they can, and people can stay on if they'd like. COVID-19, the recess, and students will be able to participate in recess. And once again, we're going to work on all the playground protocols to the best of our ability. There's MDA playground guidelines. I won't open up that right now. You can probably type that in and find it online, but you'll have access to this PowerPoint in the not too distant future here. So we are working on protocols providing safety to the best of our ability. Is it perfect? No, it's just not, because it's the number of kids, but we're going to try to create the safest environment possible with spreading out our kids in times that we have recess in particular. Drinking fountains have the ability to use their drinking fountains. They can also bring water bottles from home. Obviously, the less contact they have with other common communal things, the better. So I would suggest water bottles from home. Visitors, all non-essential visitors, volunteers, and likely all activities, including assemblies and parties that involve other groups, will not be allowed in the building. So, we're not going to be bringing in, lyceums and assemblies, things like that, probably. So we got to keep the to a minimum. What options do we have? In-person learning will start November 9th. Your student has a great place right here with their teacher in class. We'll be excited and ready to work with them. The distance learning school will accept enrollments until the 9th, excuse me. Students can stay in district learning if it is best for your circumstances. The district learning school is staffed by our Robbinsdale teachers, but it may not be their current teacher. So yeah, somebody might, like, if we have to use one of our teachers in this dynamic or two, it might work, it might not, in the luck of the draw, or maybe we just try to solve it within internally. Well, let's wait to see what the numbers generate. Enrollments back to in-person or district learning at end of second quarter. That's right now the proposed shifting at the end of January. And once again, we have to then offer the distance, hybrid, and in-person model, depending on which seems to be the best at that time. What options do we have? Distance learning school, September 1, November 9th through the January 29th is what the target date of that commitment. Semester 2 begins January 25th. Registration opens for semester 2 November 16th through the 4th. Registration is early for semester 2 to allow additional time because of winter break and to allow for staffing and planning. And that's where we lose a lot of weeks. So think about that. Registering that early for it, that's even when we think about what you're doing here, and then you add this on top, that's a long stretch, even longer stretch, but literally you've got the Thanksgiving break in there, you've got the 2 weeks of winter break, and then it's it's all driven by staffing and planning. There will be the contact in here for the distance learning school for any questions regarding distance learning. But whatever questions you give us on that one for Pilgrim Lane, we will make sure that they get right up to communications right away. So they're dealing with those. But then you also have the Let's Talk, and Linda gave you access. We have those links here at the end of the presentation as well. What if someone gets sick? Whether it's a child, a classmate, a parent, or teacher, we have all of our procedures. It really would be too hard for me to open up all those things, but all those procedures will be available to you in how we work through the cases. Cases go up to the Hennepin County, but not our area. The local decision, which is best for Ardale, the county data is a part of the decision, but it's only one component. Okay. We just aren't sure about our child's safety. Well, using the protocol in place, Adventure Club and our critical care pods have had great success for months, and we're very successful. I do want to compliment Emily, our director here. What was put forth here this past summer was extraordinary. And now watching it unfold with the testing of even more students in the process, we've got this down. And now obviously it's different because we're going back to full building. That's a different dynamic, but we'll take those safety procedures, except for the distancing, which is a big one. We'll put those in place as well. So we've got some good trial runs building up to a full in-person. All right. What if, and the sniffles, not every illness is COVID, rules out allergies and known frequent cases, then consult the decision tree. And there is a really good flow chart for us to look at protocols. All right. Transportation, busing routes are being processed. Similar traditional routes and stops. Families will receive a postcard in the mail with transportation information as they have in prior school years. Families are grouped together if possible, depending on start times and other factors. Parent drop-off and pickup routines are unchanged. Walkers, we don't have patrols anyways here because it was all parent drop-off. We are trying to, like I said, move the busing route later. We'll want families to come in later too, so you can walk right. The kids can walk right in. Parents cannot accompany, but the kids will then just walk right in and get to their family unit. Trying to keep everything contained within their classroom as much as possible. Adventure Club, before and after school care is available. Safety protocols already established. 6:30 a.m. start, 6 p.m. end time. It is 12:30 right now, but just for those of you that, if you have to leave, this will be recorded throughout the rest of the session, so we will have it available for you to listen in on, or you're welcome to come back in the evening as well. So I just want to honor those of you that have to slip out. So we'll try to keep going here. Critical care update due to learning module changes. Current students registered for critical care in the distance learning model will continue to receive care on the 4 planning days, November 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Okay, that's very important. Care will be available at Sandburg Middle School and Fair Crystal. All right, and so I think we're going to be Fair Crystal. Emily was going over there to check on the site today. So if you're already in the system. Additional information will be sent regarding these 4 days, including what site your student will attend and schedule and what to bring. Tier 1 critical care on Wednesdays. Okay, this is very important. It's a little different than what we've had so far. And it's actually the way the governor had set it up. To qualify for Tier 1 free child care on Wednesdays, both custodial parents must be a Tier 1 worker, or a single custody parent or guardian must be a Tier 1 worker in accordance to the governor's executive order. Documentation of Tier 1 employment is required, and that's in the link here. The free Tier 1 care offered on Wednesdays will be located at Sandburg Middle School for the Wednesdays. Okay, transportation is available only for the school hours. Before and after care will be available at Sandburg Middle School for a fee. Registration information will be sent to families soon. Some of you are taken aback by that if you are utilizing the care that we have now, because it was just one tier, one. If you have both parents, just one of you is a Tier 1 worker, but we let that go in the fall because of the late hour and making these decisions, and we decided, no, let's just go ahead and take that on. But now for the rest of the year, we have to fall back on the funding through the governor at both custodians if you're to get free care through Tier 1. All right. Oh, did I miss? Following options are available for fee-based childcare during in-person learning model. Fee-based care will be offered before and after school during in-person learning model for Monday, Tuesday, RFF, Thursday, Friday at our elementary schools for any family wishing to register. Families will need to register for fee-based care. Adventure Club will be sending out an informational sheet to families soon with registration options and rates. County Daycare Assistance, CCAP is accepted. There's no fee-based full day care on Wednesdays for non-tier 1 families at this time. Okay, sorry about that. Middle school, I don't think I'll comment about the middle school right now. Next steps, this is our last slide. Planning days, transition days are November 2nd. 3rd is an election day, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Okay, so those are no student work is required. There are no school days, so that we can get busy doing the work to prepare for in-person. Watch for transportation card, district learning school enrollment by October 9th. Just get yourself ready, and questions not answered today can be asked on the district website on Let's Talk, or like we were saying, if you just want us to earmark these through Pilgrim Lane, that link, that slide deal is the one that maybe Linda, you can reshare that right now, put those 2 on there on this chat thing, so you see those, that you can add your questions. Okay, that is a lot of rambling and talking, and I told you it was going to be boring, but the information is important. So at this time, we're just a couple minutes over, but if you have to leave, thank you so much for coming. We will stay around here for a few more minutes. I'm going to click out of the presentation slide deck and just so I can see you guys. And thanks for coming. And we're with you. We understand it. Thanks for your patience and understanding through this process. We really love your kids, helping them be the best they can be. Thank you. Okay, Q&A, open time. Linda or Jane, can you still guide that conversation?
My question is, I was wondering, like, if I needed to enroll my child, I don't think I got that application or the form to enroll my child into the hybrid distance learning, because I know of the previous one that we had enrolled before, which I thought I was going to do distance learning all semester. But right now I'm wondering, where would I get that other form to register before October 9th?
Well, what is that link, Jane?
There's a link on the district website.
Okay.
And it'll be just for that. It'll be distance learning school. And it's tricky because you're right. We all started in distance learning together, but then to have that option now, if we go back to the classroom, or whether it's distance learning, I mean, in person or hybrid, you'll if you want that distance to continue, you'll have to go through that school model. If you don't make contact with that, why don't you reach out, call us in the office here? We'll make sure you get that link, but it should be on the district website.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So a lot of questions, Mr. Moberg, around if parents choose the distance learning school now, October 9th, and we find out 2 weeks from now that the data, or 3 weeks for COVID cases, has increased rapidly, and now we make the decision to do distance learning in our building, can parents opt back in? And so I think that's a very legitimate question, that we need some sort of answers so that we can give you that answer. That's a big one, rather than later. I mean,
that's what's bothering parents the most. Yep.
And
that's
lots
so
of
legit.
Then kind of built on that question and that decision. So that then
that seems very easy to answer, but we'll have to see what they come up with. What is the official statement from the district?
Yeah, but Mr. Mober can send out a letter, right? Just saying, this is what we got. The other piece that seemed to be a common thread is that how can we go back to 100% and not have the same protocols in place for if we were hybrid? So all of a sudden now everything and I'm adding to this, some of this, everything we've taught our children to do, keep 6 feet apart, wear your mask, don't get close, don't go to groups. And now we're grouping everyone together. How can that just change? Right. It's like, yeah, you go out in the community and you know, I was sharing an example with Jane yesterday. It's like I went to the T-Mobile and like, man, stand outside the doorway, don't come in here. And then you walk in and you have to stand here, and then the other person's 10 feet away, and here, slide the card, put your license on this card and slide it across the table. And now we'll pick it up, and all of a sudden now we're together, and so that is
That's the big thing. All I
Right.
can go back to is the state guidelines that are saying we statistically are not, I may be inferring, and I hope it's not a dangerous thing, that they're saying that statistically, and you hate to be the exception in the rule, but the numbers state that we can be within proximity. That's what they're saying. That's why we're saying you can go in person.
Right.
But we will just try to maintain as far distance as we can. But that's the $1 million question. Then why this? But can't give you an answer.
Mr. Moberg, has the district said why they are pushing to do 100%? Is it just because they can't do the 50% hybrid? Because that seemed like a really big jump.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed like from parents that I've talked to that were interested or at least okay with the hybrid option are now like, ooh, wait a minute, 100%. That's
Right.
way different than what we had been talking about this whole time. So
Right.
I'm just curious if the district has said anything about that.
Well, I think, think about it. There are a lot of questions that we all have too about the hybrid concept. It's to go a quarter versus a half. That's, if you look at the comments about, actually, it's so hard it's not ideal. None of this is ideal. But when you think about it, going to go a quarter of the time, man, if you look at the criteria in our PowerPoint, it's got to be advantageous to make things better. And but as I say that, maybe who knows if we end up saying we go back to hybrid. I don't know. Maybe it never comes to play. Maybe we're only dancing between the two of full-time distance and not hybrid. But we have the three options out there, and it's over my pay grade to, as we look at decision making within that. But make sure to put that question in too. These are great things to go. You better explain why. Why that huge jump? And the answer will be, well, the state said we can. Based on the numbers, it says we can. And so they're trying to create the best instructional environment, but will that backfire if the numbers begin to slip? We just don't have a crystal ball.
Another common theme, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Another common theme, Mr. Moberg, was, why can't we do the distance learning within our own school? So if we have parents that choose to do distance learning,
Yep.
we take some of our teachers and we do the distance learning within our own community.
Mm-hmm. I like the shortness of that question. That make sure that one's noted there, because that's come up. I've seen letters going to school boards and others too that were longer, that really explain in detail. But when you peel back, almost like the guiding question, that's a big one. It's like, why can't we? And still honor the idea of being connected to the distance learning school. You know what I mean? Because I think that's what we have to offer that. But it's just how we slice and dice it, and so why can't we at least bring that up as an option? Okay, so once again, we wait for the numbers on the 9th. So I would say, that's why if there's any question, should I or shouldn't I think you put your name in the hopper. You really do need to do that. We need to know the impact that it might be. I don't know. Then I don't know. I don't know what else to say, other than we want to know if people pull out. That's the one, Marcy, you said, why, can we pull out if the things change? And we'll find out those answers. Okay. I see hands up. Jane, go ahead. Someone, I saw a wave, wasn't it?
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Okay. Hey, how you doing there, Mr. Moberg?
Well, mighty fine. And yourself?
I'm okay. I know we all stress and a lot of anxiety is just building up in everybody. Yeah, sorry. That was Savannah doing her. Sorry about that.
You get control of your daughter. So you get control of her. I'm just teasing.
Yeah. So like I said, we all dealing with this anxiety and going back, and my question is, like Marcy has said, and a few others, we think about the hybrid and then we go 100% back. So there's other schools that are doing, the hybrid and doing a couple days in, a couple days out, And then here it is, our district is trying to say we go in full blown, without the procedures in place to do, because the distance, that's what we're talking about, right? That's why we're here, you know what I mean? In the sense of they talking about the procedures we do with masks and the distance. But if that's taken away because we're trying to do 100%, it don't make sense. And like I said, I don't feel that parents want to put their kids in situations like that, you know what I mean? Because our district here may be saying it's okay to go back in, but we look around from where we at, as far as nationwide, the numbers are going up. And then the numbers are going up states that are surround us that are going up, And, we close proximity into Wisconsin was going up to, or Iowa, or what it may be. So South Dakota, North Dakota. So like I said, these cases are going up. So that can affect us because there's people that travel from those places that actually come here. And my thing is just about the distance learning, like Marcia was saying, if we can have, our distance learning like we have it now, and then the school saying, well, we're thinking about doing it next year, 2021, thinking about getting through this flu season here in 20, and then going 2021, we're going through a half of school year to see how things go, where it's more safer, the kids at home need to get some structure because Savannah is really learning and thriving off this distance learning. I'm not saying that's for every kid, but
Yeah,
she's really engaged into that, and tuned into that, logging on certain times and meetings and all that stuff. So which is really good here. So we get pressure to make a decision by Friday,
Right.
And that's scary, because we get locked into distance learning, we can't get back into fair with our teachers, so that's something that I guess you can use the word worry about, and I know you don't have all the answers. You just bring it to us what they brought to you. So what do we do? You know what I mean? Like I said, we're in a position where we got to make these decisions, like, at the drop of a pen or whatever, like right now, and without really having all the answers, given to us. And I know all the answers not going to give it to us because most of the world don't have all the answers about this here, right? But if we help our district, to rush back in, do 100%, and we don't have enough staff, we got to take our teachers to go to do distance learning and pull them away from them, from us, to the point where we may not have our teachers from the school district, I should say our school that we're at, will leave us into an unsettled place where it just, I don't know, like I said, the anxiety just builds up, and you just worry about, the safety of the school and other kids. And then also to the staff too. So it's in a hard place, man, to make this decision like in just a couple of days. So
I know, but it takes a good month, and we're at October 7th. We're looking at November 9th, so it's about a month. It's a month from a decision time or trying to gather families making a decision to implementation time. It takes a good month to staff and train and work and and jump to a new model. So you're right. And then you add 6 weeks behind the data 6 weeks behind. So now it's a 6 weeks. Think about that. It's a 6 weeks window between the data that's their 2-week-old current, that's their data. But we can find things more current, and I'm sure where they're looking at it, like, don't they, you can find numbers daily, with things as we're going through, making those. But I don't know what to say to add to the concerns, because that's the theme of what the frustration is for all of our parents, what you're sharing. It's just that if there's any doubt that you're concerned and you don't want to come back, putting that name on the list. If you're not on the list, you don't have a chance. If you're on the list, maybe there are chances. We'll have to take a look and find out what is going to happen if we say no. If it's like we're not going to kick it in gear, it may be that you can just stay and there's nope. Just kidding. We're not going to push go. Once it starts November 9th, then you're lockstep in there for sure. But we want to find out that intermediate question before November 9th. So you're putting your name on a list, but maybe there is a window where they're saying you don't have to pull the trigger and you can stay. We just don't have that official answer yet.
And my question is, what if
Can't hear. Did we lose? Who was it? Hello?
Randy, I think she accidentally left.
Oh, hey, Mimi.
Accidentally removed her. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead. Do you want to start again?
She'll have to come back in. I'm sorry.
Okay. Anybody else have a question? We probably can wrap pretty soon here. Go ahead.
So let me put it this way. I respect the position that this is not the decision that you're making, Mr. Moberg. I respect that entirely.
Yeah.
I think that the frustration from my end, anyhow, I won't speak to anybody else. The frustration from my end is it feels as though those of us who have the privilege to be in a position where we can keep our kids at home are just
Right. Brock, I think you froze.
He asked this question in the chat room earlier too. Oh, there he is.
Oh, Brock, go ahead. You
Sorry
froze
about that.
for a while.
If we don't want to put our kids back into the in-school learning, we're concerned about health, we're concerned about safety. It feels as though we're getting the lesser quality education, right? We're being put into this other thing. We don't get our kids' teacher anymore. We don't get the fair curriculum. We probably don't even get a teacher. It's just going to be a bunch of PowerPoints and videos. This isn't your thing, but it feels as though we're just being told, you don't want to come back to school, go away. We don't want to deal with you.
Yeah, we don't want you to feel that. First of all, the teachers that are pulled, they'll provide quality instruction. Jane made reference to the fact that there is a standard district curriculum that we all use, and it's mapped out for us. And so we at FAIR are just trying to offer some other things, and we're working on that piece. So the goal is to hopefully offer something like that. So there will be an extension to keep you connected, help you feel a part of the community as we look at our fine arts, with our, some Arts on Fire stuff and other things. And we're exploring some things, but there's no green light to say anything that we can or can't yet. It's being discussed as we speak. We were just hoping to have answers today, but that came through loud and clear for the magnets to say that was a promise that was made in writing, that came out. But now it's like, well, we got to back up. Let's see what we can and cannot do. So we want to hold on to the community. We don't want the feeling, and I talked with Nancy about this last night, just through email of going, because people were saying, well, can we still get the emails? Can we still get the voicemails? Can we still get, just to stay connected? And she said, absolutely. We want the school to feel connected to their original school. So I think all schools will try to promote that. So it's just that it may be a different teacher that's doing the online work of what you're doing right now, and so the in-between parts, will be there. So it's not completely just like a discarding feeling of throwing away, even though I can see where you might feel that, because you are leaving. It won't be the same. It can't be the exact same, but we still will provide some avenues for you to feel connected. Does that help a little?
That's
Brock?
different than what I've heard. I've been under the impression that the distance learning students will not really even have the teacher the way that they currently do, that in fact it's just going to be just the slides and you follow through the PowerPoint every day and there won't be any personal teaching.
Oh, is that what exactly, was that verbatim that was shared? Because there should be some synchronous learning face to face, but
it's what
I attended the session on Monday. I attended the session on Monday, and they clarified you would get a teacher. They would have morning meetings. The curriculum would basically be the same. From what I could map out, they wouldn't get music or stages specials. They would still have pathways learning like we are experiencing now. So I think some of the challenge or the frustration about the lack of curriculum, it seems like it will be very similar. It just might not have a focus that FAIR has had so far.
Yep. And we're trying to work on that focus piece, knowing that that's been a loud cry. We're just trying to get some solidification on what we can and cannot confirm with you on that. So,
Okay.
So that piece,
Thank you.
okay. All right. And as you're doing, let's say you go ahead with it, Brock, or any of you, or Judith too. Judy, if you go through, any one of you, if you go into it, let us know how you're feeling. Let Nancy know for sure. She's coordinating the school, and Nancy is phenomenal, by the way. And Jane, why don't you nod, Jane? I mean, I'm telling you, Jane and I, we're very close friends with Nancy and have known her for years, 20 some years. And Nancy used to teach at Pilgrim Lane. She was a third grade teacher when I became a principal in 1996. And so she's a phenomenal practitioner as an instructional leader. And so for all of you, I'm glad I can share this with you, and anyone can leave as they need to. I know we're going to keep going here, but.
Well, and Mr. Mulberg, I'm going to join our other meeting, so you can stay on here with the parents. And
yeah, I'll just stay for a few more minutes.
Hearing, we will work hard to get your questions answered, especially about the timeline on Friday. Linda, do you mind monitoring the chat?
Mr. Moberg, one other thing that is listed that was a disconnect on the meeting on Monday. They said once you did distance learning, you have to stay in it for the quarter. But on the district website, it says you can contact your school's principal and you will be given a 2-week transition to come back.
Can you find that?
I mean, yeah, it's on Ardale. It's under the Smart Talk. It's
if you
listed.
could just what I've done is certain things, like the thing about saying connecting to the magnet. I've asked the parent, hey, can you just cut and clip that for me so I have that, or send that part to me? That's just stuff to bring back and say, this is a promise. And they really do try to honor their promises, and we're not perfect.
So that's
so like if that says that, that's a big deal. Put that in the question thing. That
was one of the promises, or that's still on there. And then the other one is that it's by quarter, and now they're saying it's semester. The other thing, I just want to reiterate it because I think I was confusing in how I was communicating it. I understand it takes a month to get the school in place. I just believe that based on that timeline, there should also been built into the timeline for you guys to have the answers to provide to parents. And then the parents have the decision from there, and then it's a month out. So if October 9th, you don't have the answers, that is not the day that you should be working a month out from your timeline. That doesn't work. And that's where it's not feeling like safety in the kids' social and emotional health is being put first, because you are asking me, if my kid's struggling emotionally, I'm gonna go have her go back in. But if I'm worried about health, I just have to like risk it. Like it's, you have to have the answers for me in order for me to make the decision. And your timeline has to work based on that. And right now the timeline doesn't. And so if October 9th is not the date that you can provide all the answers that are needed for parents to make the decisions, you cannot have a deadline of October 9th. I understand that you need a month, but you need to have a month from the day that you can provide the teachers, or the teachers too, I'm sure need these questions, but the teachers and the parents the information. And that's just how timelines work. And if there's a bottleneck, man, project managers, stuff like that, there's a bottleneck, you got to figure it out. But you can't just say, okay, you guys were upstream, tough for you, you have to figure it out. And that's how it feels. And I've never felt that way with FAIR. So I don't feel this way because of you. I feel this way because of the district, because the meeting on Monday was an embarrassment. The one principal was reading and saying things that were not actually on the slide. So now you're telling me I'm supposed to go to that school where that's the principal. That doesn't make me feel good, because you know what? It tells me they don't really even know what they're doing. And I have to make this decision by Friday?
Yeah.
Not cool. It was completely an embarrassment and did not give me confidence in this at all. But I think if you're like not wavering, you're probably fine either way. But I'm in the part where I want my child to have a really great experience, and I am very concerned about COVID. So right now I need the answers, and I am going to get off my soapbox because I love you so much, Mr. Moberg. But I am feeling this way. I'm so frustrated. So
yeah, no, Amber, you explained yourself well, and yeah, and you are a special family, and it's like, and I want to keep you. That's the frustrating part, is that we don't want to split up what we've got going here. Just can you make sure you're wording it in that Q&A thing, just very clearly crafted, so you're noting it exactly how you want it, because we'll try to get that exact response back from him on that. This COVID thing is driving us all crazy as it's beginning to increase now and circle around us.
Some questions. Maybe I missed it regarding returning to full capacity 100%. By the way, I first want to say I appreciate the work you guys are doing in the back. I feel like the ABC plan is much more sensible than what I've seen with other districts, because it naturally incorporates a 2-week lag that would naturally take care of quarantine in case a child or student were infected. But I would like you to clarify a little more about generally what the plan would be if a teacher were diagnosed of COVID, just generally. And then secondly, I'd like you to touch on what is there a timeline for when the school is considering returning 100%? Just so we are, and what's that decision really based on? I really personally don't understand why there's such a hard push for students to return to school when COVID cases are climbing, if we're really considering health and safety as our utmost focus. Thank you.
Right. Oh, good questions, Judy, and I hope I have the parts here. This was a district-wide decision, so I mean, it's gathering input, but I don't know how to say we got to this point of going full-time. It's based on the state and their recommendations of being able to go face-to-face. That's a weak answer for you. I don't know what else to say other than what, the end result is what the district is saying, that they feel more comfortable going with, as a district, the 100%, whereas the hybrid maybe is lacking in student contact time. So is it worth enough to jump to do that one versus just keeping it distance learning? So I'm wondering if thinking that is that hybrid offering the level of contact. I know that's the concern teachers have. Are we giving enough contact to the students to justify meeting every other week? And so that's it, when we go a quarter. 50-50 is a different thing, and so that quarter, ironically, some buildings can work in 50-50 and some can't, but they're, it's a uniform decision that they're going with. Judy, I know I didn't answer the first part. You mentioned something about staff. Go ahead.
A timeline, please.
Oh, the timeline. Oh, good. Yeah, the timeline. I have not been privy to the exact, when are they going to pull it to say we're doing it. I'm sure that the next read on the 15th is a very big date for them, I would guess. I mean, if things are just, if it's a vertical curve, or something like, a vertical line, it's not for me to decide, but I would think that's when they start doing their benchmarks. So that's when you're going to want to, keep in contact, or maybe they'll push out numbers for us all to see. It's a state thing. You can see it on the state website too. I think it's like 1:00 on the 15th. I think it's like a 1:00 p.m. thing when they put dates or put that data out and push it out. I can't give you the drop dead deadline because it's above my pay grade. But that would be kind of in that mid time. Just know that that's when they cycle through things. How are things coming together? Is this a wise thing or not? As we said, like Wisconsin numbers are going up, right? And so, and someone else mentioned North Dakota or something. The Dakotas are too. So I just don't know. I don't know. And I know the frustration because I feel it too. But Judy, I feel like I got about a C- for answering your questions on that one. Is there something I missed? Okay.
Quickly, if a teacher is impacted, what happens?
Yes, that was the first part. If the teacher, they follow it just like a student, and if it's suspected, they will, have to have the test, and they'll be self-quarantined until they get the results. We'll have a substitute in place. If it's positive, then we have to look at the contacts that were made, within the building. So that would be a rollout following the protocol that's outlined, and it'll be one of the links in the PowerPoint that we have here. I want to be careful about speaking it to in detail because literally it is a state-driven thing, and we go A, B, C, D. But people have to go in isolation. It can be too, like for instance, having a situation, we had If a spouse of a teacher gets COVID or it suspects COVID, they go into quarantine too until the teacher, until their spouse knows that they have it. Because so for me, that's one thing we haven't discussed, and that is the subs. The sub situation is a very tenuous thing, and do we have enough subs in the district to provide supervision for the students? And so that is one thing that we're weighing as well.
Randy, I have a question here that I wanted to clarify that. This is Linda.
Okay, go ahead.
Somebody had asked when or how should we look for the answers to these questions? And
Oh, wait a minute, Linda, can you repeat that? I had to turn up my microphone.
yep, when should we look for the answer to these very valid questions? And I was bold enough to say that perhaps on tomorrow, but what honestly would be a good, I mean, we'd of course like to answer things by tomorrow because the decision has to be made by Friday, but
Right.
you have a real feel on that?
It seems to me that the biggest question was the one about if we say yes,
Yes.
do we have a chance to, if the district doesn't pull the trigger, will we just keep things as usual? And can I go back to the classroom, right? I mean, can I stay with my unit, my family, Pilgrim Lane? That's the big one, right?
That's the main one, which Amber actually kind of did say they addressed that on the district website, that if within 2 weeks you could
Right.
change your mind.
Right.
Did I hear
Yeah,
that?
so it's real raspy. Something's happening on the mic there. I will I'll try to find the answer, but I wish Amber, did you find that link, that spot?
I have it. I snagged it and I will send it to you. It reads, it basically, the way the wording is, we would be able to change our mind as of October 26th and say we're going to come back.
October 26th.
Because it says 2 weeks prior to a learning model shift.
Okay. But now that we're in it, now maybe that date when was that pushed out? Was that like way back in September when we didn't know a lot, or earlier in September? Who knows the timing of when? Because sometimes we make decisions.
I mean, if I'm just being like kind of smart, you can read it how you want it to read it. And I want to read it that I have till October 26th.
Well, yeah.
You know what I mean?
It sure makes sense. Now that pushes you out, within days before, because I would think they've got to give families at least, you think about a job, a 2-week notice. You have to know for sure within 2 weeks. That would make common sense that to make your family adjustments for whatever system is going to be implemented. So that would kind of fall in line with that type thing there. But thank you for sending me that particular link. So we'll try to make sure that answer is very, very clearly worded. And you want to know how fast you get that information out. My goal will be hopefully by tomorrow we can have that particular question clarified. And contact us in the office too on Friday too, if you're not, because tomorrow's Thursday. You're right, Friday is the deadline. Let us know. Someone let us know Friday morning if we haven't. We'll get it out, Linda. Linda and Jane and I will make sure we get that one out, at least the level that we know. It seems things shouldn't defy complete common sense on some of this, so hopefully it's just something we just got to clarify on. Because if we don't do it, for sure if we don't do it, why would we require people to jump? Stay as
the one other question, that the way I understood it, and Linda, I'd emailed her some questions and she was kind enough to have responded, so a lot of mine were already answered.
Okay.
And just to clarify, to understand this, there is actually no scenario where the relationship that our kids have established for the first 2 months of the school year, they will be guaranteed to keep that teacher. There's no scenario.
We cannot guarantee. Is that our effort in every ounce in our being to try to accommodate? Yeah. Absolutely. But I can't.
This just doesn't, it just feels so disconnected when you're saying what's best for the kids.
I know. Yeah, once we start messing with community, it's when the mama bear comes out and the papa bear, and it's like, to protect your child. But because we literally, to make a school, whatever that is, even if it was in a building, but it's not, it's a virtual school, we are not adding staff. We have to pull from a building. So there's a fruit basket upset in this whole scenario. There's nothing ideal about what we're offering. That's the problem.
And then are you as the principal, are you asking, like your teacher, your staff, one from each grade to participate in what is it? What's the word? They would have to submit an application, or is that a requirement, or is that just like they get to do it if they want, like no kindergarten teachers do it or no first grade teachers do it, but all fourth graders do.
There are those that have already requested it because of medical reasons that they have to stay online. I mean, and they have, the documentation. Yep. So there's a percentage of those, and then there's a percentage of those that are interested, like I'd like to do it, or I don't have a medical thing, but I do have some personal things that really make me, want to pursue that. So then it'll be a decision within the district for application. But I would want us to look at the building itself, and I have my dream of what I want, and we'll see if we can do that. But
so you don't even know if like a fourth of your staff will even apply to do this?
No, not yet. No, I don't. But once again, we have to wait for that. We need that number. So if there's any question at all, put it in for now, for the 9th, I mean, I don't want to state anything other than what is there, but I don't know. I got to be respectful of, but if there's any question about it, you better put it in. There's no way you can pull out if you haven't been put in. All right. So you guys, we went on longer than I thought, but I hope that's been a little helpful. It's helped us clarify from an office standpoint, some of these concerns and the themes that are running through your minds right now. And we will put these things out to Shannon Swanson in communications, and we'll try to get answers ASAP, especially the one that you're referencing about coming back if we don't start on the 9th. Is it really the 26th, or is it not? What is the deadline? I mean, when can you come back? Okay. You guys, thank you for your time. It really means a lot. And you can always call at school just to talk personally as well. We're here for you. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for enduring that long, exciting PowerPoint. And know that when I say the district, that's all of us. There really is a united effort trying to do the best we can in an uncomfortable and awkward situation. They really do care about the safety of all of us, first and foremost. That's your child, you as parents, staff. Thanks for your understanding. All right. Have a great day.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
dinosaur fossil which has sold for a record sum at auction in New York.
Really? At 27. It's really, sorry, 27 months. $27,100,000 falls in your court. Talk to me, James.
Hello.
$27,500,000. There was. I'm out to sell this. James is last bidder for $27,500,000. And sold.
What's happened to sell it? Known as Stab, the T-Rex skeleton went to an anonymous bidder. The auction house. There's more details. The conversation continues. Find us on Twitter @EWNews. Don't forget to use the hashtag. Have a good day.
Here's what's coming up on All Sports Channel.
Hello. I see we have a few faces here. Thanks for joining us. We'll wait just a minute before we start up here. Give everybody just an extra minute to join us. You know, it'd be nice to do if I see some teachers online and we have some others, but how about if you just in the chat area there, can you just put your name down and into the kids that you have, if you're a parent, a grandparent, teachers too. It's just nice to have people familiar with who's at the table with us. That'd be awesome. Just to kind of check in. And you'll notice too, we're recording this session. I don't know, Jane, did you mention anything by chance?
You know what? No, I haven't, but it automatically started recording.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. That means we're boom, bada bing, going to get things going here.
Yeah,
so,
but it's 6:01, so if you want to go ahead and start.
Yeah, so we are recording. So just if you have a problem with that, please let us know in the chat right now. But we just want to be as transparent as possible with our families as we reflect on this whole process. And it has been a process. It's not just been on a whim making a decision. And it hasn't been one person. It's not, the cabinet. It's not the school board. It's a combination of a collective mindset from some parents. We've got the teachers, we've got administrators, and district administration putting input into the decisions that we make here. So thanks again for joining us. And my name is Mr. Moberg. Jane Byrne, who was chatting a minute ago, if you want to say hi there with the wave, good job. Jane is going to be kind of our moderator for the meeting. So when I go into the presentation mode, I won't be able to see you at all. Jane will be there. And what we are going to do with the presentation is save questions for the very end. We had a good meeting this morning. There was some passion around some things, but I think we were able to get through things. But we've decided we're just going to hold, instead of stopping and starting, we're going to hold the questions till the very end. So you might want to make a note on the side. We are going to, in the chat box, put for you a question. I don't know, have you put that link in there yet, Jane, by chance? We can put it into the chat box.
I will put it in right now. There's actually two links, the district link and then our building link. So I'm going to put them in there right now. And then I can also put them in there midway through for those that join a little late.
Perfect, perfect. And then we'll just remind people at the very end, because there'll be things that you won't think about till the very end.
So, Mr. Moberg, I just cut and pasted them, but it doesn't look like the links went through.
You probably have to open the link itself and copy the link, not the. So, open it up on your PowerPoint.
Just copy the links.
Well, open it up and then copy the link up in the URL up in the very top. You'll have to copy the address.
Okay, the first one will be the Let's Talk.
Yeah, and just maybe type in Let's Talk and then just paste. Perfect. And then also Sarah, where's Sarah Rutledge? Can you say hi so they can see your face?
Hello, everyone. Yep, I'm here.
All right. Well, hey, there you are. So Sarah's one of our first grade teachers. She's also working on her administrative license. And so she's getting some on the job experiential things here. So she is going to take minutes, and she is a master at doing that. So we've got multiple ways to collect your thoughts and ideas here. And so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go into a present mode. And if you'll bear with me here, this is a district presentation. We're trying to be very careful as a district to make sure we're sharing a unified message. And so with that, can somebody tell me if they can see my screen right now?
We can see your screen.
Okay, good.
So Mr. Moberg, I just copied both links. And the Pilgrim Lane got the information from this morning, so people can scroll through. Maybe the question's already been asked.
Oh yeah, that it's already on there. Perfect.
Yeah, so both links are in.
Perfect. All right, great. So we'll hold questions till the very end. I am going to show that it's rather laborious, but there's just some, if you listen to the words, It's just important that we share in a unified front exactly what we're trying to communicate here. So when we look at our distance, our learning model overview, there were three by state mandate in the governor order proclamation to offer three different options for this COVID world and universe that we're in right now. The first is to have a distance learning plus plan, and that's what we're in right now. And so you're experiencing that as is. I'm not going to read sometimes everything on there, but we hope you're enjoying, and we've been able to tweak what we've been doing this fall based on some of your feedback. I hope it's going well for you.
Mr. Moberg, excuse me, but there are people in the waiting area, stuck in the waiting room, and I'm not able to let them in. Are you able to?
Oh, no. I'm not the owner. Wow. I mean, I can.
Yeah. Where do you see the waiting room?
I know, but I don't, that was Linda.
Who started the meeting?
Linda did, but she was going to try to give ownership to Jane.
No, Randy started it.
Pardon?
Sarah was asking who started it. Where do you see the waiting room?
Linda started the meeting, and she was going to transfer ownership because she wasn't able to join us tonight. Sarah, can you try to work on that on the side?
Yeah.
And try to, I don't know what to say here on that.
I don't think you'll have any way around that. Only the person who opens it can. So there's not a workaround unless we can get Linda.
Jane, can you reach out?
Linda.
Yeah, you text Linda and ask her to kind of get in and get the other people in, because I hope they hang on long enough for us. Okay, so what I'm going to do then is just go back to the present mode here. Shoot, thought we had that figured out. Okay, so the distance learning plus we're experiencing now. Then there's the hybrid learning component, and that's where students will rotate attendance so that more than 50% of the school population is in the building at any given school day. Depending on the daily schedules, some students will learn in person, others will engage in distance learning on the side there. Now, this is really important here as we reflect on if and when sometime in this year we have to move into the hybrid. We're promoting the in-person one right now, but it could be hybrid. Due to size of classrooms not being consistent across the district, when following the 6 feet social distancing places, our capacity can only allow between 25 to 30% of students in the classrooms. So to meet this successfully, 25% allows us to meet the state expectations for that in terms of square footage in our classrooms. We were really hoping to go 50%, in essence every other day or a couple days a week. But with students, if the hybrid model is ever introduced, let me just show you what we ended up falling upon based on staff input and some parent input. There was a group of parents that were in on this conversation as well with administration. In the hybrid model, should we ever have to go into that one, week 1, we have a quarter of our students, 25% would be considered group A. And so they would have instruction on a Monday, Tuesday. Wednesday would be a distance learning day. That's what we're doing now. We will continue that throughout all 3 of our models. And then Thursday, Friday would be group B. That would be another 25%. Now that's only half of the class population. So then week 2, it would go to group C, which would be another 25%, Monday, Tuesday, distance learning Wednesday. And then Thursday, Friday would be group D. So you've got a quarter. And so you'd have 2 days of instruction every other week. So less than desirable. It really is. We had hoped to just go with an AABB and not do the CCDD, but for meeting the compliance of the 6-foot rule and social distancing, we have to go to a 2-week rotation here on that. Okay. I guess I would ask too, like if Jane or Sarah, as you've been a part of this, if there's something that needs a little clarification off of what I'm saying right now before we get to the Q&A at the end, that'd be great.
Mr. Moberg, I just want to do a quick check to see if people are now able to get in. Someone had text, I have 4 friends texting me who are waiting. Are they now in?
No.
So did Linda try to get people in then? You got through to Linda?
Linda made me the owner. I just went back. However, I'm not seeing people asking to get in.
I can see people entering right now.
Okay, because I changed the link and reopened up the link. I see people entering now too.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Well, special welcome to those of you that are joining us here. Sorry about that little technical difficulty. We're right now kind of going over our 3 different models within the parameters of the COVID experience here. We hit the distance learning concept we're doing now. We looked at the hybrid. Now we're looking at the in-person learning. By the way, this video we'll post this link tomorrow morning for those that want to view it and listen in on it. In-person learning, that's the goal for November 9th. Students will learn in a traditional at-school learning experience with additional safety measures implemented based on the guidance from health officials. Per safety guidelines, students are grouped together with the same staff throughout the day, all day for elementary students, and as much as possible for the older students. So as you've heard, we're looking at January 25th, the second semester, to try to move into the in-person model for middle school and high school. Okay. So how are these decisions being made? Decisions regarding learning models are guided by our values. We really adhere to looking at the health and safety of our students, staff, and families. That's job 1. Focusing on the social and emotional needs of our students. We're beginning to see even more and more of a need of that. Very important. Equity, fairness, and inclusion. Meeting the diverse needs of students and staff. Continuity of instruction, which is based on state standards, and a unified district vision and equity policy as guiding documents. Some other considerations, and actually they're noted up in the part that I just read to you, but it gives you some one-word descriptors. Safety, we make these decisions based on safety, equity, achievement for all, staff, student, parent, guardian feedback, social, emotional development, operations, instruction, and technology. They're all interconnected for the Smart Start considerations as noted on the visual on the side, the Smart Start diagram. What steps have been taken? The following steps were taken when selecting the model to begin our school year. Consultation with MDE and the Minnesota Department of Health and county health officials. That was number 1. Feedback from students, staff, and families during our planning process through feedback sessions. Review of staffing to ensure adequate staff levels for hybrid and in-person learning models. An ongoing review of data from our local communities. This includes cities in which our students and staff live. As staff returning to work is also a consideration. Because of the evolving nature of COVID-19 and the ongoing efforts to create and maintain a safe learning environment for Robbinsdale area schools, students, our learning model plans are evolving and changing as we receive updated information and guidance. Okay, so it's a fluid system that we have to, unfortunately, we can't control as much, but we do monitor that very well.
So Mr. Moberg, Linda just got in and she's letting several people into the meeting. So if you want to just pause a minute.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I thought our numbers seemed a little low. I thought we'd be up higher. What is the number right now? What are you seeing? How many are in there?
35.
Okay.
And for some reason, I am not getting your presentation, but I'm assuming others are.
I wonder if you're looking at your PowerPoint.
Yep. We are.
Okay, you should be good.
Okay, are we good to go?
Yep.
Okay, briefly, just welcome to those of you that joined us. This is being recorded, so the important parts you missed, not some, it's important. You can watch it. It's going to be videotaped. It is being videotaped, and you can watch it at your leisure. So now, looking at the learning model changes, the review of our county data, we as a district review 2 cycles of 14-day health data on the 15th and the 30th of each month. as well as consult with our designated health official to make a determination on any potential model shift. So those are standard dates pushed out at the state level. Learning models may shift based on an increase or decrease in COVID-19 cases within our county and looking at additional data. How do we get here? The data trending below 20 cases per 10,000. It's better locally than other areas and demographics. The district-wide considerations for student needs, safety, physical room sizes, staffing, transportation, and two key beliefs, and these are important as we think of how we got here. The mode change needs to be beneficial, okay? We're not going to change if it's not going to be a change for the better in what we're doing, all right? So that's important to note, that we just don't want to change just for change's sake, but we want to make sure that it's the right thing and it's putting us in a better situation. Frequent changes would be very challenging. So change will change when it is merited and support the change with solid systems. What should we expect? Attention to data, detail, and reasonable expectations. We want to make sure that our communication is spot on as best we can with this rapidly changing situation here. Positive adjustments and a rollout as conditions permit. So it's the plan, do, check, and act. So it's a constant self-reflection of our process and getting the word out to you as soon as we can. It's oftentimes not soon enough. We get that. We experience that as staff as well, but it's the nature of where we are at with this virus. What will in-person learning look like? Regular school hours, as you know, are 8:05 until 2:30. So that's with the proposal for the November 9th in person. 4 days in person per week, Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday will continue to be a distance learning day. And then Thursday and Friday will be in person. Wednesday is the asynchronous day for cleaning and planning. So the staff are busy at work. They will still do their morning meetings and their check-ins as they've done. So really for you as a family, Wednesday stays completely the same, but that is a distance learning day. In-person classroom instruction, curriculum and supports, and then regular daily schedule. And we will be using the learning pathway slide deck as well to kind of guide you. The students that'll guide them through the day even when they are in face-to-face in-person instruction. What will look different? Let's look at some of our safety protocols. We have a daily passive screening tool for home. I'm not going to open this up because then it kind of puts me out of sync on my PowerPoint here, but you will get a copy of this PowerPoint here, but it gives you tools to reflect on at home for safety and a self-check before kids come to school. Mask, barriers, frequent hand washing, sanitizing, and ventilation, very important. No shared materials, distancing when possible, but the 6-foot guideline is not attainable throughout the day. I want to emphasize that we cannot guarantee the 6-foot spacing guideline that is kind of within our society, in our nation right now. We just can't with the number of students in a classroom, but we'll do our best to provide distancing and for the kids to notice that practice too and to monitor themselves as well. One-way traffic flow, where applicable, that is not very applicable in our building because we're kind of one main freeway system when you look at the main hallway. And so we can't just have a one-way flow other than right and left on that main hallway. So we can't have a circular pattern and to keep that distance of germs. So it'll all be in the main hallway. Really, there'll be either no visitors or visitors will be restricted, and that'll be on a case-by-case basis. We just can't have that flow in and out of the building. We're trying to minimize that cross-contamination of germs. Monitoring and communication. Monitoring and communication. We will keep you in the loop as needed. Safety protocols. Have any updates been made to the ventilation system to help create better airflow and help keep germs from passing around if anyone had COVID? Here's the district response, and it's very solid. Ongoing monitoring system is being utilized to ensure proper air quality in all buildings. Sampling will be done by staff on a regular basis. Our current building automation system, the BAS, have instant input on the amount of fresh air, static pressures within our ductwork, temperatures, relative humidity, carbon monoxide, and carbon dioxide. It's a step-up system from what you have at home. We all use our building automation systems to increase our outside air to dilute any indoor contaminants and dry up any bioaerosols present. To present better air quality, we begin circulating the inside air out into our buildings. And we did that beginning in April. Well, this is April. So they do. I do know. I had one of our guys come out and he kind of explained the systems that we have, and they're very solid. And the air exchange from inside to out is it's an industrial grade, much more than what a home would have. Face coverings and masks. This is the one that we need to keep everybody honest with. Everyone needs to wear a mask. It's by executive order. So you're going to receive, every student will get one face mask, compliments of the district, a minimum of one. Just a comment about face masks is that, you know, you have them at home now, and you know, you're wearing them, and your kids are wearing them. Just make sure it's a good mask that you can breathe through. Obviously not too thin that the particles can move in and out freely, but just try to make sure it's just a good mask. You know, even the disposable ones that we use, that's one I found to be, this is just my personal favorite, just because it's so light and it's airy. And but I think if I've noticed when I have a real heavy mask on and I'm having a hard time breathing, it creates a tenseness in and kind of a suffocating feeling. And I think that could even indirectly start impacting behavior back at school if we just can't breathe, you know, freely. So just kind of keep that in mind when you think about face masks for your kids. Yeah, I think that's it. If it doesn't work with face masks, then as a family, the idea would be you probably need to choose the distance learning option that we have available for you to keep safe. So face masks are very, very important for all of us. COVID-19.
Do you want to just talk about the links for questions for the district office and questions for Pilgrim Lane? I'm going to put them back in the chat. I had to go out and reconnect, but I'm still not able to let people in. So I'm working with Linda, but I'll put the links back in.
All right. So yeah, for those of you that joined us, we decided we're going to go through the presentation first and then Q&A at the very end. And apologize for the boredom of just reading this presentation, but it's important that we make sure we get, you know, everything out there. And I'm skipping a few things here and there, but nothing that I shouldn't have shared. I think we're just going to go through it together at the very end. And now Jane right now is putting in there are two links. One is a district link to Let's Talk, and that's for you 24/7 throughout the year. If you have questions, that it kind of guides you in a way to get your answers, and you'll get an answer within 5 days. And then the other one is we're just doing it just for today, and then we'll turn them in tomorrow to the district. That's from our Pilgrim Lane community here. If you want to just go directly to that, and that link will be there. It's a Google Doc. You can add your thoughts and ideas or questions there. All right. And keep those questions in mind because we will have time towards the end as well to talk about them as a group. COVID-19 protocol. Each school has designated an administrator, and that is me. I am the COVID administrator for our building and our licensed school nurse. We will serve in tandem together with that endeavor. We serve as the contact people for COVID in the building. All concerns come to us. If there's a confirmed case of COVID-19, coordinators will identify and notify any close contacts. For privacy reasons, we won't be able to share many details about the status of the person with COVID-19. Persons not identified as close contacts do not need to be quarantined. The Minnesota Department of Health will work in collaboration with the district COVID-19 coordinator to determine any potential next steps, such as notification for close contacts, quarantine, isolation, classroom or school closures, and community COVID-19 testing events. COVID-19 or student pre-screening. Before coming on site, families will need to pre-screen their children for potential symptoms of COVID-19. So just briefly here, we'll hit some of the key things to look for, which we know are very common with the flu and just other things too. That's the devil in the details, are trying to figure out which is it. Is it just a regular bug, or is it COVID-19? And just for the record, we just heard from the health department that you can actually have COVID-19 and the flu, and they're both separate strands, but you can have them both in your system at the same time. It doesn't have to be one or the other. You could actually have both. Fever greater than or equal to 100.4 Fahrenheit. New onset and or worsening cough, difficulty breathing, new loss of taste or smell, sore throat, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, chills, muscle pain, excessive fatigue, new onset of severe headache, new onset of nasal congestion or runny nose. So just as we know, these are things that are around us all, but just using that as a kind of your barometer and check. We do have some screening tools that we use as a school. In this PowerPoint, you'll have access to the link of the pre-screening things that you can use to check at home, just if you're wondering, am I making the right decision? And no matter what decision you make, it's right for you. It is. You go with your gut feeling and err on the side of caution. Students becoming ill at school. If students or staff become ill at school, they will be moved to an isolation room in the building. We have special spots designated just for that. School health staff will take the student's temperature as well as screen the student for other symptoms consistent with COVID-19. Families will be asked to pick up their student and siblings or household members to in the event the student demonstrates symptoms consistent with the COVID-19. The student and family will need to quarantine at home for at least 14 days, but may return to school sooner if the student's tested negative for COVID-19 or receives an alternative diagnosis explaining the COVID-19 symptoms. So you'll be in communication with the nurse, the health office, and once you get your results, let us know. We'll be in constant communication. Recess, students will be able to participate in recess and will be asked to follow playground protocols to ensure health and safety. Students will practice hand hygiene when leaving and entering the building, as well as practicing social distancing. Robbinsdale schools will continue to model the MDH, that's Minnesota Department of Health playground guidelines. And so I won't open those up, but we're going to do the best we can. I want to say this, can we continue? We'll try to do our best to stay spaced out, but there is no guarantee about the 6-foot rule of separation. But we encourage kids to practice that distancing procedure, but that it cannot be a mandate when we're in proximity here.
Do you want to just clarify, Mr. Moberg, that MDE, if we do go back to 100%, which we're projected to go back, we no longer need to follow the 6 feet social distancing within the school. You just start kind of operating as you would when school is open, trying to do the best you can with hand washing and social distancing when you can.
Yeah, we will do the best we can. And we're also going to look at with recess. We might try to stagger recess, not as having many kids out on the playground if we can. A lot of it depends on our staffing and availability. We can't we can't have recess all day or lunch all day. We got to keep it in some parameters of some reasonable timeframes. Drinking fountains. Students have the ability to use drinking fountains and can also bring water bottles from home. And yes, they can use drinking fountains, but if we begin to minimize, we'll have them there. But it's great if they can have their own, water bottles too, full of water bottles, so that they don't have to do that. But we just try to minimize things as much as we can. Visitors, all non-essential visitors, volunteers, and likely all activities, including assemblies and parties that involve other groups, will not be allowed in the building. So that is a big difference coming together. We are going to be very conscientious about bringing in outside people, even for instructional purposes, assemblies, and even the social part of parties. We want to minimize outside potential contaminants. What options do we have? Well, in-person learning will start November 9th. That's our goal right now. Your student has a great place right here with their teacher in class. We'll be excited and ready to work with them. The distance learning school will accept enrollments until 10/9, which is Friday, the end of the day on Friday. Students can stay in distance learning if it is best for your circumstances. The DL school is staffed by Robbinsdale teachers, but it may not be their current teacher. That is really important. We cannot guarantee, well, if you do the distance learning school, if in it, they probably will not have their regular teacher, but if they come back into the building, we will do our best to try to make sure that they have their classroom teacher that they currently have, but we just can't make that promise. You'll get back in the school if you do it at the January 25th time at the end of the semester, if you were to leave and come back in a transition time, but we can't guarantee that you'd have your regular teacher. Enrollments back to in-person or distance learning is at the end of the second quarter. The model may shift if the data requires. Distance, hybrid, and in-person are all required by MDE. So we are forever looking at all three of those models as to which one we can put into place. What options do we have? Okay, the distance learning, September 1, November 9th through January 22nd. That's now our second quarter. That's why the November 9th date. Semester 2 begins the 25th. Registration opens for semester 2 November 16th then through December 4th. The registration is early for semester 2 to allow additional time because of the winter break. And I'll also add Thanksgiving in there as well, and to allow for appropriate staffing and planning. We just lose, up to 3 weeks right there, even though we're thinking it's out starting January 25th. Now, you've got the DL School Elementary at rdl.org for any questions regarding distance learning school. That site is there for you to add additional questions that you have. We should maybe add that, Jane. That might be a nice one to put in there for people to look at in the chat. What if someone gets sick, the child, a classmate, a parent, a teacher? We have a decision-making tree that we have, the screening tools. There are just very clear guidelines that take a step-by-step through it. And it's very well scripted. Cases go up in Hennepin County, but not our area. What if that happens? Well, it's a local decision. What is best for Robbinsdale? County data is part, not all of the decision making that goes into this. What if we just aren't sure about our child's safety? Using the protocols in place, Adventure Club and our critical care pods have had great success for months with very few issues. So that's referencing the work that happened this summer. We worked out the system. Granted, they were able to practice the 6-foot rule or the social distancing. That's one minus thing that we have. But with the masks and the cleaning and just trying to keep kids in pods, we'll try to do the best we can to minimize as many variables as possible, but we cannot guarantee that. But we've had great success in Adventure Club and in our critical care pods in the fall here for our care. What if we get a sniffle, but we're pretty sure it's not COVID? Not every illness is COVID. Rule out allergies and known frequent cases, then consult the decision tree and protocol. So that's all in the handouts. Oh, man, have I lost my way here? Okay. So just some special things to take into consideration here. Transportation. Busing routes are being processed, similar to transitional routes and stops. Families will receive a postcard in the mail with the transportation information, as they have in prior school years. Families group together, if possible, depending on start times and other factors. The parent drop-off and pickup routines are unchanged. Walkers will not have patrols available. We have never provided walkers to our school since we are a magnet, drawing from all 7 suburbs in the district. Just a comment, in the past, for those of you that are alumni, if you're new, we typically, last year we had at 7:45 we opened the doors. We're going to try to move and push towards 8 o'clock entering the building. Reason being, and we're trying to see if we can get transportation to slide to that. We're not sure. That way, when the kids come in, they can go right in, pick up kind of it's a grab and go type of breakfast thing. We need to get them to the classroom without gathering in a herd, which has happened in the past, where we'll just collect kids and we'll hold them in the hallway, or kind of collect them there and then move them through. So we're just trying to eliminate that traffic jam where the breathing on one another in a closed space. We're trying to just get them to move in a fluid way and go right down to the classroom. So we're really pushing for just dropping if you're doing the drop off, try to be more towards 8 o'clock. We don't know if the busing, we put in the request for that. We just don't know if we can do that yet. Otherwise they'll be here at 1:45. Parent drop, okay. I guess I've hit it all. All right. Adventure Club, before school, after school care is available. Safety protocols already established, and 6:30 a.m. is start time and 6 p.m. is our end time. I love our Adventure Club program. They do such a great job. Critical care update due to learning model changes. Current students registered for critical care in the distance learning model will continue to receive care on the 4 planning days, and that is November 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. And it's in bold here. Care will be available at Sandburg Middle School and Fair Crystal School on these 4 days. Additional information will be sent regarding these 4 days, including what site your student will attend, daily schedule, and what to bring. So if you're a part of this and have been a part of it in the fall so far, I think we have about, it's a good number. It's under 100, but we have a good solid number, and they'll be going to a different location because we need to work in the classrooms and get them cleaned and ready for the teachers to get ready for instruction on the 9th and have some breathing time in the room. Tier 1 critical care on Wednesdays. To qualify for Tier 1 free child care on Wednesdays, both, and that's in bold print, both custodial parents and guardians must be a Tier 1 worker, or a single custody parent or guardian must be a Tier 1 worker in accordance to the governor's executive order. Documentation of Tier 1 employment is required for registration. Tier 1 communication to families, that'll be in the link you can open up a little later. This is a little different in that this fall we had, it was just if you just had one of the family members of the spouses as Tier 1, and now for funding purposes it has to be both to qualify for that free care. The free Tier 1 care offered on Wednesdays will be located at Sandburg Middle School. Transportation is available only for the school day hours though. Before and after care will be available at Sandburg School for a fee as well. Registration information will be sent to families very soon. Fee-based school-age care information. The following options are available for fee-based childcare during the in-person learning model. Fee-based care will be offered before and after school during an in-person learning model, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, Friday. There's a little typo in there. At our elementary schools for any family wishing to register. Families will need to register for fee-based care. Adventure Club will be sending out an informational sheet to families soon with registration options and rates. The county daycare assistance, the CCAP, is accepted, and there is no fee-based full daycare on Wednesdays for non-Tier 1 families at this time. Okay, very important. I'll say that again. There's no fee-based full day care on Wednesdays for non-Tier 1 families at this time. you'll need to prepare yourself for that. Middle school, I'm going to pass on that because our middle school, there are no changes going on right now. Next steps, and this is our last slide, and then we can go into some questions, and I'll exit the presentation too here so I can see you. Planning transitions, planning and transition days are November 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. There's no school. These are no school days, no student contact or work required. And November 3rd is an election day. And for the safety of our kids, we want to keep the building empty as much as possible. Also, watch for transportation card, the transportation card that'll be coming. The district learning school enrollment is due 10/9. Make sure you adhere to that if you're thinking of the distance learning school. And get ready. It's coming. And I can't believe we're already at this stage of the school year. It does go fast. So with questions not answered today, they can be asked on the district website, and maybe we'll put those things back in again, Jane, the Let's Talk link, or the Pilgrim Lane in-person learning questions. You can put them in there.
Yeah, they're both in there. The links are both in there. So you could just open it up and people can just unmute and ask your question.
Okay, or maybe I just want to be able to see people. If I just exit, can people just talk? We'll just talk.
Okay. And Michelle has a question, Mr. Moberg.
Okay, so yeah, Jane will help moderate this. So, okay, go ahead. Who's first?
Michelle asked, will it be possible to have children designated as walkers so they can come to the car for pickup to limit parent-student contact?
Oh, instead of the parents coming in. Now that, Sarah, make note of that. That's very create a drive up for that as well. Interesting. That I can see that, because otherwise bringing all those, we can't bring parents into the building like we've done. Okay. And these are the things we're working on. Now we've got this month to kind of fine tune these things. That's a logistical piece that definitely is going to have to be addressed. Good question.
And that's currently what Adventure Club is doing now.
Right,
so.
right. Yeah. So we'll be monitoring that process. Yep. Good point, Jen. Okay.
Next question, will we still have a floating RN, or will we have a designated R in the building at all times?
We have a floating RN, but when the need is there, it's also on call. So she'll come over as needed too, or is in constant conversation. It's not that we have her here in the building every day, but we have access to her every day and every hour and every minute. So if someone needs to come over, they'll come over right away, especially if we're referring to cases related to potential COVID.
Will the kids all be in classroom pods throughout the day?
The goal is to try to keep it in that vein as much as possible. We're still in conversation with specialists and how we're going to handle that. You know, bringing the whole herd of kids down there puts them at risk. You know, the teachers coming into the classrooms. The issue is we have teachers in their prep time, so that is being ironed out at a district level, and but safety has to be paramount as we put that into play. As for the rest of the day, we're still working out lunch logistics. That very thing is going, how can we minimize, the spread and still be able to accomplish what we want based on the staff that we have. So sometimes that comes in conflict too. We have to have a proper supervision, and it's a much more intense way of doing things when we look at some of these things outside of the classroom, but that is job one, to try to minimize that.
Next questions. If our family is required to quarantine, how will they continue to do their school? The students continue to do their school work while the rest of the class is in school?
These are great questions. Yeah. So what we'll do is, pre-COVID, if you were gone, sometimes we could get you work in advance because you knew you were going to be sick, but if you're not, it might be the next day. The nice thing that we're learning, because what's happened here, we're changing education as a whole. When you start looking at some of the pluses of, communicating like this online, we are all continuing, even in the face-to-face format. We'll be doing the the learning pathway Google slide deck. And so that will be shared with the students. The level of content and matching, it'll be up to the teacher of what's put in there and what they can access to do the learning with. But we'll iron out some more details around that. Will it be right at that minute? I got to be careful of saying that, not having really ironed this out with the teachers. You know, it could be a little delay because they might have to get some things ready for them on top of things. But we'll definitely try to put a plan together that keeps the flow of the learning going. They may be so sick that day they can't do it anyways, but we'll try to get it to you as soon as we can. But we will be following the Google slide deck.
So Mr. Moberg, explain what the distance learning school looks like. Will there be live classes like there is today? I would just talk a little bit about the curriculum and learning pathways and how everything is kind of how it is now.
Yeah, it's basically how it is now. They'll do their morning meeting. They'll try to create a flow. There'll be some synchronous and then asynchronous instruction going on, both of those. Small group work, things like that. So it's really just keeping what we're doing now alive, and it'll just be
with different teachers.
Right. But let's talk about that. Jane just mentioned different teachers. We really are trying to, and this is the part that I think is really frustrating for parents, and I'm seeing some familiar faces here, even from an earlier meeting too, and I've had conversations with you on the side, is we want to remain a part of the Pilgrim Lane community. We love this school. We want to stay connected. They've established these relationships for 2 months, and we just, and our goal is to come back. So yeah, we're, you know, making, we for the as the best decision for our family, need to, you know, some are doing the distance learning. We are, we heard at the meeting, Nancy Freilich, the principal there, and since then we've had some conversations with the magnet schools concern about, hey, we were shared or told that we could do some of our arts programming there, stages, extended art opportunities, you know, things that make our school special, and see the same thing, some things that they do. And so we don't have the green light, but that has been in conversation. Jane and I have been in conversation with the other magnet schools and going, is it possible? How can we offer some of these things for our families so that they, number one, have the opportunities they were promised in their magnet school of choice, and then also to stay connected as a community. And I think we're making some good progress. We can't really announce until we get official green light, but we think we can try to accommodate some of these things to make sure that there's a strong connection and arts opportunities, but we're still waiting for official approval on that.
So some of the things would include stages and some of the art courses.
Right.
Those questions had come up too.
Yeah, it may not be all synchronous face-to-face, you know, it'll be, you know, it'll be the asynchronous, it'll be more asynchronous, not synchronous, but just giving them that connection, you know, the things that we've been doing on Wednesdays and other days, and just try to build that connection and try to have something live in there if we can too. That's the dream, but we're waiting for approval.
Okay, a couple other questions. Jay had asked about the distance learning school, the link. I tried opening up the link, it wouldn't work.
Oh,
so
no.
We should be able to, I'm gonna go back. I can't monitor the chats and go back into my email, but I'll find it and send it to your email address.
How about if we do this?
If you can monitor the chats, I can go look at my emails for.
Can we just do this, Jane? I like, you're doing a good job of keeping us on the flow. How about, I noticed Jen Berg. Is Jen Berg still there?
Yes, I am.
Could you look for that?
What am I looking for?
The
exactly.
Jane reference it.
What am I looking for exactly?
We're looking for the link to the distance online school.
Sure, I can look it up.
Can you look that up and put it in the chat?
One of the questions, Mr. Moberg, that has come up is how does the Wednesday work? And the comment was that the links don't work very well.
Oh, really? The Wednesday? Well, it's relative. Are we talking about the Arts on Fire? Or are we talking about individual classroom teachers in their lessons on their?
I think the question was just how does Wednesday work? And the Wednesdays will continue to be the same as they are when we go back to in-house learning.
It's exactly the same.
And if the links aren't working, then if you can let us know more about the links, we can check with those teachers.
Yeah, I would go right to the teacher first, you know, then if it's a bigger thing, we can try to work on it. But, oh, Arts on Fire is always difficult. Huh.
Hey, Mr. Moberg.
Yep.
I think the person that asked the question about the link was looking for the actual recording of the meeting on Monday.
It should be on the district website.
Okay.
The parent, oh, the DL school one, yeah.
The PowerPoint is, I'm sure the other one is too.
It's not easy to find if it's there, because I know I went to the school, the information page about the online school and everything, and I'm not seeing links for that yet, unless it's in another place, but I'm not finding them right now.
Well, how about tomorrow, if you could do that too, try to look.
Yeah, I'll keep looking too.
Just try a little bit. It's great to have some of our staff members here too, by the way.
So the other questions, there's several questions about COVID, you know, with the numbers going generally high, why are we bypassing hybrid and connect with the COVID, excuse me. What cleaning protocol is being done?
Okay.
And there was another one about cleaning too. I need to scroll back.
Okay. All right. So why do we jump? You're not the first person to ask that. Why are we going from 0 to 70 right away type thing? Why are we jumping to the other? They're really, first of all, just first thing they do. I mean, the first ground zero for conversation is what is the state saying, you know, in terms of the allowance. Can we go hybrid? What are the numbers recommend and suggest? And in this case, it recommended going face-to-face. And hybrid is the least desirable. It's the hardest to manage because can you imagine, put yourself, you're doing it at home with 1 or 2 students or 3. Imagine yourself trying to do the dance of this between live instruction and then you've got your asynchronous instruction going, but yet you still want to stay connected because right now in distance learning, they're with you every day in this distance learning thing. So it's the least desirable in terms of trying to manage. Not that it can't be done, others are trying it, but also the fact that our model is going at 25 to 33% capacity versus 50% because of our limited room size. And so with that variable in play, you know, 2 days every other week is not as desirable as we'd like. There isn't anyone that's jumping up going, we found it, we've got the great hybrid model. It just is the least desirable. So in this case, the governor and meaning the health department at the state level said our numbers are still at a very healthy level, and you know that they're looking at these things all the time and wouldn't put us in a risk deal. Not that it's ever 100%. We know how COVID can hit at random places and times, but statistically, they feel that we're in a safe place to go with 100% right now.
And then
what was the other part again? It was about there were 2 parts to that one.
the cleaning that's taking place.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I need to, that's part of our process that we'll be reviewing. I know that our head custodian met, so our various departments are meeting. And so they're getting the right materials and I haven't met with our head custodian who had a meeting earlier this week. Jane and I haven't met with them yet, but we'll be relaying that information then to the staff because the staff will be doing some things in the normal cleaning, but then also custodial team will be going in, you know, after hours as well in preparation for the next day. And then a little cleaning on that Wednesday. There'll be much deeper cleaning on that Wednesday.
Mr. Moberg, I misread that. The question is what cleaning is being done that restricts in-person learning on Wednesdays is what I'm assuming.
Yeah, I don't have an answer on that. I don't know for that. I don't know the answer to that right now, if there's some special thing or if it's just a little more TLC and care going into it.
Well, it's cleaning and it's also planning time for teachers.
Right. But yeah, it's just keeping our instructional framework going, and it works in the model. Otherwise, we've got quite a fruit basket upset with our current distance learning model and the way things are set up right now. Okay. Anything else? Good questions.
I may have missed your question, so just go ahead and just unmute and ask the question. I'm trying to get a hold of the person for the online school to see if we can't get that link for the presentation.
We have 5 minutes to go. Although we can close the meeting at 7, and if people want to hang around and just ask it in a smaller group, that's fine too. It's getting dark now. Can you still see my face? Can you? I can't see myself, but it's getting dark in my room here.
It's
Mr. Moberg,
getting a little ghostly.
Go ahead.
can you talk about when will the school board and the district see all of the information that you guys are getting from this meeting? And will they be able to like speak to all of the questions and answers that we have before we have to make our decision on Friday?
Yes, in fact, Marcy, I'm glad you're here because I need to turn on a light here in my room. I'm going to read to you. I found an answer to one of the questions, the most pressing question that was out there. Okay, hold on. And this was shared out to principals initially here, right in the middle of our last our other presentation. So we weren't able to share. Here is the question, and I'm just going to read things because, like I said, I want to make sure I'm being true to what is being said. The question is, and it was asked by a couple of the principals, and so that's why Nancy Freilich thought she should share with the rest of us. If I sign up for distance learning school that starts on November 9th, and the district then decides to go district-wide distance learning on November 9th, can I stay at my school and with my teacher? Marcy, I'm just going to ask you, that's basically the question, right?
That was one of the biggest pressing questions, yes.
Right. Okay, so here is the answer that was given. So I'm going to read it here. It says, if parents sign up for the distance learning school, they will start with the DL school, the distance learning school, and not stay with their classroom teacher. There are a few reasons for this. One, we are staffing the distance learning school based on numbers. So it is important that we stay as we are, staying in school board ratio, and so is the homeschool. Number two, even if the school shifts models every 2 weeks, the new data is looked at. This can cause shifting, so we cannot have students go in and out of the schools and the district learning school. I want to add that I shared that specific, even though I haven't been able to give the other questions yet, but we will by tomorrow here morning. Knowing that this was kind of a pressing one, and then hearing this, I asked a follow-up thing. By state statute, they have to have a full distance, they have to have a distance learning school that is in operation, and they have to get that up. So it is starting November 9th. Okay, no matter what, it's starting November 9th. So I think that's confirming what some of you heard, but the idea of pulling out, early or for later deadline, that I'm gonna have to look back on my emails and if people have responded since then. But I wanted to make sure that you heard what the current model is for that.
Okay, thank you for that information. But also, why have you asked the district, or can we get answers on why we can't do in-house figuring out what would be best for our school, especially since we're a magnet school? We have specials that we would not be getting if we go to the online school.
All of that depends, a lot of that depends on how many students sign up. Like case in point, I was talking with second grade. It's like, man, what if 23 students signed up for distance learning? Could we try to keep our teachers and try to work you know, they'd have to be in the distance learning school, but still, you know, it's within the same community. We still don't know how, you know, ideally, can we try to match as best we can, but we just can't guarantee, they will not guarantee that at this point in time. We just cannot guarantee that. And separating out a school and just doing it in isolation by school, I don't see that working. A lot of it depends on what numbers shake out. In theory, man, if a third of it, oh, look at a third works, look at, hey, we can just do it. We can hire a teacher, and, you know, who knows? But they can't give an answer to that right now until they see the numbers that come forward and where they fall per grade.
So several more questions, Mr. Moberg, to go along with that online school, which we're still looking for the link. Do we know how many students have opted for the online school? Currently, what are the numbers?
Currently, I will just say, and I know it's gone up, but it was 50-ish, around 50 so far. But we don't know what it'll settle in on, because the very thing of some of you are here wondering what are we going to do and haven't turned in yet.
And then why isn't the consistency for our kids considered? Why can't we continue to do distance learning and keep it regular for our kids? They've had enough change.
Right. Yeah, that and that whole piece, I understand that frustration, but they have to staff it and run it. And they're saying there's the way it reads and the way I read it to you, correct? That's the way it states that when we restart, and that's when we're doing the distance learning school, because technically it would have been nice to have started at day one, but they had to get it up and running, and this is when they're officially starting it. They have to provide an online district school.
Yep, and then why is the hybrid model suggested to 25% capacity?
It's adjusted because square footage. Some of our buildings can handle the 50%, maintaining that 6-foot separation from their peers. Some cannot, and because some can't, it's a unified decision impacting the whole district, and so we're all operating under the same. It's an equity piece for others in the district, other buildings and students in the district, and that's why 25 to 33% is that number, not 50%. That we can guarantee.
And this might be a district level question. It's clear that one negative COVID test isn't necessarily sufficient, and the timing of the test is also important. The best thing to do is to quarantine for the full 14 days, but that also presents its own challenges. How will the school ensure students coming back after a potential exposure are okay to be in school?
I think it just making sure with a fine-tooth comb or reflecting on the checklist and practices that are there for us to model and practice on our watch lists that we have. I think we have to keep in mind, and being realistic, there's no guarantee for anything. We are just doing the best we can to reflect the distancing. Wearing a mask and washing your hands regularly and doing your best to stay socially distanced are the three biggest things that we can do. But it's just that 6-foot rule thing that really puts us in a little bit more of a precarious situation. But the state says we're safe at that number based on what's been identified in the county.
Are you limiting the amount of children that you're allowing back into the school?
Limiting them, how so? You mean in terms of?
Limiting the amount, the number of kids. It's everyone's back. There's no limit.
There is no limit.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moberg, I just don't understand how that's possible. Even other school districts that are doing in-person learning, they're doing social distance on top of masks. How are we able to go back to 100% capacity in person when other school districts are not doing that? Like what
that's the
why are we able to do that?
Well, because the governor says so based on the numbers and statistics. My son's kids are out in Otsego. They're 100% face-to-face and have been since day one. So it's kind of business as usual. And I've been kind of following that too. Now, granted, that's not Seago, it's just a different community, but it's this idea of people, and the germ doesn't, it's there for all of us, no matter what, where you live. And
Sure, I
they did good luck
understand
so
that.
far, but granted, it's this time of year though too. And so now we're moving into the flu season and other things. So, you know, there could be an uptick, maybe not, maybe we're going to do a better job of distancing. I don't know. Go ahead, Marcy.
But even like my niece goes to the Minnetonka School District.
Yeah.
And all of the high schoolers and middle schoolers are fully distance learning. And then the elementary school students that are in person, they are 100% back, but they are not, they're social distanced by sending, you know, 3rd and 4th graders to a different location. So their classes they're spread out between amongst their buildings, if that makes sense.
Right. And my other son is in Minnetonka too. So interesting that you bring up that place. They are, but either it's related to staffing, if they're able to, because it's a room is a room. And so how many fit into a room? It'd be interesting to see what they're doing with those older elementaries that are going out of the school, because it's the primary that are in the classrooms. Do they have 2 teachers? So half of it, half the other? I actually don't know that part right now, to be honest. But
right.
It's the 6-foot thing. We going to try to maintain distancing? We will as best we can, but we can't, you know, guarantee that separation, because now we're putting, you know.
There was another question that came up, which was, you know, who made this decision and what did they base it on? Did they get parent feedback or teacher feedback on this? Or
they had some committees that were set up. There was a parent group included. I think there were, I believe, Jane, you were a part of that, like 15 parents that were involved.
Yeah, I wasn't part of the parent group.
Okay.
I was part of a sub group
to look at hybrid concept. And so, but so, yes. And so with that, it's not any one person's decision. It was a collective decision brought forward in terms of some input coming forward. The decision had to be made, so they took input from various groups, and it was made at, you know, at a higher level with input from all the administrators, teacher groups. There were a number of teachers that were involved in it, and parents. So it wasn't just let's just do this. They weighed some of the evidence, shared in input from other groups.
So Michelle had made a comment. We were told Monday that district-wide there were 600 enrollments so far for elementary.
Yeah, and that's gone up now. I think yesterday there were 84 that signed up for the distance learning. Is that what you're referring to, Michelle?
No. And Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong, that there's 600 new enrollments coming into our district?
No, she just said for the distance learning school, there were district-wide. So far, she had about 600.
Okay, got it.
Every day, she said, yeah, she had like 100 in that day, and then, yeah, like 84 you said today. So they're still coming, but.
So they are still coming. And like yourself, like Michelle, I know you maybe haven't responded yet either. So there's a lot just kind of waiting. You're right. So people are waiting to the end. So until the end of the day on Friday, they're going to come in, and there'll be a surge, I'm guessing, here during this time. What'll it end up at? It's hard to say. You know, maybe there's another 100 out there, so maybe they're around from 600 to 700. Maybe it's 800-ish, something like that. But I don't have the number for sure. But I know that 84. We were sent a note today that 84 came forward yesterday.
Randy, I have a question. I'm asking as a parent for this one. Is there, and maybe it was discussed already, is there a cap on the distance program? Because if so many students sign up, can they decide, okay, you know what, it's not worth it to do it. It's better to just stay in distance learning for everybody because there's so many people.
Well, in a
trying to go
virtual
that way.
world, I can't answer that for sure, but in a virtual world, it's all dependent upon the ratio, student to teacher ratio. So if the teachers are there, it will work. The thing is, we have to be careful because there's an impact here because the pie is a certain size right now. And so we're not adding teachers, we're swapping teachers out. And so the more we pull to do the distance learning school, the less we're going to have in our buildings. So not every building will be impacted, but most will have staff pulled to accommodate that number. We've got to take care of that 600-700 right now. So where do those staff come from? They come from the buildings right now. So no matter what, there's going to be an impact for back in our classroom, even for those that are choosing in person. We have to make things work. And if a percentage of students are pulled from a grade level, we may have to pull a teacher because they have to be used at the district one. They'll keep probably our kids together. I think that is the dream, match it with another building to try to keep the community. Nancy really does want to try to keep that sense of community going as best she can. And we will try to help you stay connected if you choose that online. By the way, I should have mentioned it's after 7 o'clock now. If you would like to leave, we're just kind of going through Q&As right now, so I don't want to hold anyone any longer. So if you need to leave, I totally respect that because we could go on for a long time, and we'll be here as long as you need. But I don't want people to feel like they have to hang on any longer. And I do appreciate you taking the time, even if you check out now. I'm not going to hold that against you. So thank you for coming. Now, where was I at?
Randy, I was not able to find the link to the PowerPoint for the distance learning online school. I know that you're going to send a parent communication out regarding.
We'll make sure that's a part of it.
Regarding if parents can have more time before they make a decision for online. But we can get that link and include that in your email to parents tomorrow.
Sounds good. Okay. Now I was halfway through a question and I just went into the time thing. So what did I was in the middle of something. Who can remember what I was saying? Anybody? Okay. What a cute puppy you have there, Michelle. Okay. Anybody else have a question? Okay. What is the enrollment?
There's more questions in here, Mr. Moberg. I may have missed a few because they're coming in quite fast, so feel free to unmic and ask your question. But another question came from Andrea. Minnetonka District proposed 5 different hybrid plans, and the school board voted. How many hybrid plans proposal were considered for Robbinsdale?
Well, in the end, it was 2, right, Jane? Because you were in the hybrid conversation a little bit. Weren't they looking at 2? Narrowed it down to 2, but then came up with the 1 between the 2. I see that look in your eye.
I know. I think it came down to only 1. I'm just trying to think. It's
well, there was there not talk about, first of all, the evolution that I can think of was that, first of all, what we had rolled out even in our parent information meeting was AABB, and that was a 50-50 thing. And then what happened is we started really analyzing the space crunch thing, and then there were conversations, and then there was an ABCD concept of just 1 day a week that was rolled out as a potential or conversation in the committee work, and then settling in on the AABBCCDD just because it would be 2 days every other week, just giving some continuity, at least to be together with the students for a day or two so they could build this little sense of mini community just for a short-term time.
Well, and part of the conversation came up that if we did do the AABBCCDD model, that kids would only be coming in once every other week, and then we would have the exposure for COVID. The fact that we'd have part of the kids in and teachers would be having to teach the part of the kids, the 8 kids that are in, on top of all the kids with distance learning by videotaping all their lessons. And it really looked at, would we be doing more harm to our current model by doing that?
Mm-hmm. Yep. But there was no vote for the public, if that's the question, talking about how they did it in Minnetonka. Yep.
Yeah. Minnetonka is 50%, so it's easier than teaching a quarter of your kids at a time.
Yep.
To go 50-50.
One of the other things that came up in the earlier meeting was like a video capacity in the classroom, so that students that are not in the classroom, like say a student gets sick and or has to quarantine, how will they learn what they need to be learning, or get their assignments and that kind of a thing. If they're out for 14 days, that's quite a long time. So a few parents recommended or suggested doing something like having the video, the Google Meet type thing open during that class. That hasn't really been talked about, but there were a few people that said something along those lines. Is that something that you guys are looking into, or is that
Sarah,
a possibility?
Yeah, Sarah, let's make sure that is noted in there, because that is an interesting point, because 14, if you're just playing the waiting game, you're not feeling sick anymore, you're 14 days and you're just trying to stay connected. It's more than just here's your homework stuff, do it. How can we keep them more connected through the video world? It's worthy of looking into.
The other thing that I would like to point out is that some other school districts do something like having a designated teacher for each grade that would do. You sort of touched on this, but what if you did that? Let's just put a hypothetical out there. What if that was the case and there was a so far set like a one teacher that was designated per grade for distance learning? If you go over the number of kids that you would need, then you could allocate more teachers, but we could then stay within our community and not go to this online school that sounds like it'll just be pre-recorded videos and who knows what else, and not getting the stages interaction and the specials.
So the online school will not just be pre-recorded videos. It'll be synchronized and asynchronized, just like it is now. And then as far as the arts, we're trying to get the arts into the online school, a fair component. And they're trying to get some project-based learning for the C component.
Sarah, just write these things down too for us to kind of ponder a little bit more. Okay. We don't mind hearing different, these things really open up our mind and eyes too, but Jean is right in what she just said. So you're going to get good instruction from the others, and you look at if there's a time for, let's just say you're experimenting with the concept. And I know we don't think of our kids as experiments because they're our babies and stuff like that. But if you're choosing the distance learning school, remember we have it's November 9th, and then in 2 weeks we've got Thanksgiving, and it's 4 or 5 days off there. Then we've got 2 to 3 weeks, and then we've got the 2 weeks there are a lot of breaks in there. So if there's a time where it's not quite as I shouldn't say painful, but we have tons of interruptions during that time frame. And then to say you don't like it, and you said, or you're ready to go, I think I'm going to try to go 100% back. Or maybe we as a district say, no, we got to go back now to distance. You do that normal transition at that break. They have to staff it appropriately. That's why those hard deadlines are there. But then you can go back and then come back into the school and on January 25th and then just finish out. But I know that doesn't make it easier, but there are a lot of breaks in there that break up that time a little bit. So I don't know why I got off on that tangent, but I just wanted to point that out.
Just a couple more quick questions, Mr. Moberg. What was the fair enrollment last year compared to this year? And then will this whole meeting be available for us to see at another time? And can they see the comment section?
I wonder if we could, I didn't think about the comments. This whole meeting is recorded and we will post the meeting. So, that's available for people to look at and see. So those comments are rolling up on the screen, right, on the chat.
Yeah, and then and again, here's a comment that has came up quite often this morning, and again this afternoon or this evening, is parents have only 2 days to make a decision. They still have a lot of questions. Is there a consideration or any talk out there about postponing the registration deadline until some of these new ideas that were coming up, like Marcy brought up some ideas that can be looked at. So that keeps coming up. That seems to be a common theme from both this morning and this afternoon, that it's a short timeline. Parents need more information. They're feeling pressured.
Okay.
So
Well,
that's one that
I need to we'll re-look at make sure that one is clearly requested about needing more time. Or if you sign up, can you opt out earlier? I did ask that question. If you want to, just say, just kidding, before November 7th or 9th, I signed up, but I'm going to back off. But I know they've got to get to their staffing thing. If they could even have an extra week, or two or something, we can see about that. I don't know for sure. Back to the things of, did you see Sarah's comment on there? Sarah, she scripts everything. Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, we'll make sure. And Sarah, if you can help, because she's kind of been our master scriber here. It looks like Jen kind of sent you and I some things, and Sarah, if you can kind of help with that a little bit. I see a thumbs up. So we'll make sure that those, when we put out our things, we'll make sure that those things are there so people can see the strain of questioning. And trying to get answers for everything by Friday. There are the big ticket ones that we've been trying to address. The biggest half of that one is the delay in making a decision. That one we could probably try to get an answer for. But some of these are going to have to be fleshed out as we move through the process here.
Right. And again, the timeline being so short.
Right.
Monday till now, and for some parents, this is the first time they've heard about the online school and only having 2 days to decide. So that
is tight. That is tight. Okay, good thoughts, you guys. We like you guys. We don't want any of you to choose even another school, but we get that in the interim time. But know that if there is a separation, doesn't have to be forever. If you're doing this, and let me emphasize this: there is a concerted effort on the district's part. They listened. The concern about, we signed up for this magnet school. We want to stay connected to our community, and so we're going to do everything we can to make sure that we provide some of those venues and avenues through asynchronous connections, synchronous, a little bit of synchronous stuff. We could send you emails or things. We can still keep you on our email chain. I know that Nancy Freilich, the principal, says, "Oh no, we want you to stay connected to your community. We want you to stay connected to your home base."
Well, and all parents who choose to do the online distance school have the right to come back to Fair Pilgrim Lane, either mid-quarter or not mid-quarter, either second semester or for next year.
Right.
And just to know, Jay did find the link from another parent, so the link for online school is in the chat box.
Okay. One thing, just as a disclaimer, and I think a lot of you have heard it, but coming back is one thing, and guess we are with everything within our power. It is to put you back in the same room. However, let's just play this out. Let's say it's 6th grade, and we don't have 6th grade. There are 3 6th grade teachers. I'm using that as a safe grade. One teacher leaves. We take out, let's say it's 13 kids, but we still have 10 left. We may have to now take the kids that did not go to the distance learning. We will be taking the kids from that distance that are left after the distance learning kids leave, and taking those 10 kids and have to put them in the other 2 classrooms. So class sizes will end up going up in some of those rooms and we'll standard board ratio, I do believe that's the expectation, but it changes the composition of the classroom when that initial leaving takes place. You can still come back to the school. It just may not be with the same teacher. But our goal is to do that. We just can't guarantee it.
Yep. And Mr. Moberg, a question came up about, does the district allow face shields? And the answer is yes, because some staff will be wearing face shields. If there's health conditions that, or if they feel safer by wearing a face shield, yeah.
But they have to wear, it has to be yes and, yeah, it has to be yes, you can wear a face shield, but you also have to wear a
mask.
All right. You guys have had some very good questions, and we do thank you for your patience and understanding, and we know it gets frustrating at times. Even with us as staff, we're feeling it. I'm sure the kids feel it too. They're frustrated as well at times. But no, everything we're doing is keeping the safety of our kids in mind. It's a calculated risk right now, and it's taken upon the science and the evidence-based at the State Department. And we'll take it one day at a time, and things do change, but we hope that this has been helpful, and you're welcome to, give a call back tomorrow if you want. Call the main office, and actually call my work number, 763-504-8401. We may not have Linda right in the office right away tomorrow, so it might be might not get through to us right away. So just call my direct line.
So Randy, one last final question before we sign off. A couple questions about when will the district provide answers to the questions?
Well, a lot of these questions hopefully are noted somewhere on the Let's Talk information train, I'm guessing. I hope so. I mean, I guess I can ask that and say, I'll give these questions to the district, and Sarah's done a good job scripting them. We've lifted them out. We'll send them to the communications department. But to have answers to some of these, if it's about making a decision to or not do October 9th, I would err on the side of putting your name in. We do know that they're looking for teachers, and the teachers were just today given the thing, who's interested in teaching online in just the distance learning school. Their deadline is October 19th. So this is just a collection time for things. So there's that little bit of time in between there. I'm just going to say it's October 9th, but just so you know that, our final placements for them won't take place until after that for sure. Okay. Anything else, Jane?
No, I just wanted to clarify that we'll take the questions in the chat box and the questions on the Pilgrim Lane link and get those to people at the district office. And the questions that you put into the Let's Talk link for Ardale, it's my understanding they're trying to keep a very quick turnaround time for answering those questions. But we have a lot of common questions.
Yeah. And you can imagine across the district, a lot of these same themes are coming up. So, okay. Well, we're going to close it right now. And thank you for taking the time. You're a great group. And I think of this as a family, an extension of your family. So we want to keep this special connection. And if you choose the distance, we are not going to leave you out there dangling. We're going to make sure you feel a part of things. And that's our promise. Okay. Well, thank you very much. And we'll sign off now.
I think Todd, did you have a question?
Not so much a question. I work in the Buffalo schools, so we're in person. A lot of the things that we're doing is just kind of in-house. I don't know how our counterparts are as far as like our other school district. But I know we had each classroom got a set of basketballs, footballs, and that their own separate ones. They divvied up the playground based on specialists. We have 3 specialists: the music, PE and art, and they were going for this is just for information for you. Maybe you use it, maybe you don't. 1 whole week in art, and then 1 whole week in gym, and 1 whole to limit the spread or contact with other students. And based on that, so if you're on the playground, and if you're in PE that week, we're on the basketball courts, and then if you're in music, you have the music instruments and a big field to also to play, but it's kind of not cordoned off, but it's just kind of sectioned. Each class knows. Another thing that they also doing is each kid is giving a lanyard. So when they do it's clipped on, they take it off, they go play, lining up to go back inside. It's already there, they're putting it on. They've also, I don't know if this is a good thing, but they've also cut down recess to, I think it's 20 minutes, and lunch to 20 minutes or something like that, to give that passing, so nobody's, no classes. 4th grade is leaving when 5th grade's coming in. They have a start type of thing, or lunches and recess. So,
Man, Todd, this is great stuff. Can you, I don't know if you want to give your phone number to Sarah, but we definitely we may end up, like, these ideas are huge. So we'll take these into consideration, because that's the stage we're at now, of polishing, some of these things to minimize the contact. So I just want your name and number, just in case we want to follow up call with you.
Sounds
so
good.
if you could put that in the chat then, or that'd be great.
Yeah.
Okay, great, Todd. Thank you. Okay, guys, thank you so much. You're a great group, and we'll stay in touch. All right, take care. Have a good one. Bye-bye.